Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. Carl, how you doing? I'm doing okay. Got up a little late today. had food a little late. So, ended up pushing stream back again an hour. Same thing I did last weekend, but whatever. Welcome. How you guys doing? I'm gonna pick up, I think where I left off last time. I think. Somewhere in there. Yeah, working towards tonight the goal. Not really goal, I guess. Not really even checkpoint either. But the next like step in this, which is comparing two different versions of the same ROM, basically. So last time, this is the lister / extractor thing. So last time we found a what was it? This block ID 5. But that's not what we're looking at today, whenever it is. I'm looking at these guys. I'm not sure which one necessarily. Probably both of them. And we're gonna see, hopefully, the differences between this and just the plain cartridge. Hopefully, we'll see. I think someone has listed out address relations, right? Yeah, let me grab these real quick. Okay. That text. Okay. I lost my Yeah, I lost my straw. I'm not sure if that was last time. Was it last time? I don't even know. These days are just like blurring together. I swear to God. Yeah. I keep looking over and seeing that crap. I screwed with settings on my capture again. I think too much. Yeah. I don't know. That's a little better. It's annoying me. I need better lighting in here, basically. Smurfs, how you doing? Stealth version to avoid Nintendo lawsuits. Okay, well, so this isn't a device that is sanctioned by Nintendo. That much is evident by the lack of Nintendo on these discs, right? So I don't think Nintendo will mind too much, hopefully. But how you doing? Welcome. Right. So basically, I need to find. Not fun, but let's figure out a little bit of how this stuff is mapped. This stuff being the cartridge dumped to the disk. I need to see how that's mapped to back into address space, right? So I can at least get like a chunk of it, and hopefully the same chunk that is in the ROM, basically, right? Where did I put that ROM actually? Is it just this? I think it's just that. LSL 25K. Okay, so that's only half of it. Bridgewater, how you doing? Welcome. Okay. All right. Anyway, FDS list. Souseiki Fammy, that one. Okay, this is the one that I'm going to use to extract some stuff. File type 1. Oh, that's character realm. Okay, I don't really care about that one. What I do care about are these two right here. Now, the disk system puts them at these addresses, but I have a feeling that's not where they ultimately end up. I'm trying to get supplies for another boat. You are further than I am at this point, so I don't think I can help anymore. You've been making me want to like fire it up again though, to see if I can find another queen nest and take her out. No, make me want to play again. I was tempted to fire it up on Friday, but I ended up not doing that. Right, so I want FDS extract. What are the things for this again? Extract side 1 file num 2, I think. Or hang on, let me do another list so I can actually get the okay. FDS extract side 1 0 because it's 0 indexed. Both of these are file num 2 range. Do I want to basically it doesn't. Does that save each other file? Okay. 58 to 9. Okay, so we're gonna do 8,000 to 9800. Okay. Move that to 300. Did that, and then. Well, no, I actually don't need to move that because that's whatever. It's fine. And then I'll do the same thing for file number 3, starting at. Oops. Well, okay. Starting at 98 to D7F, maybe? Actually, hang on. I need to get out of that. Whatever. No. Okay, side 1, file number 3, range 98. Oops. 98. 2. It can't go over D8. Oh, so yeah, D7. Okay. D7. FF. FF. Okay. And these two, in theory, should just be able to combine these. 002, 003, combined. $22K. Sure. Now, where did I have that disassemble script? It's in here? Where did I put that? It is in here. Okay. Cat unpacked file.2.config. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna use those. Quit out all that. Actually, what is this? Codeness, Souseiki Fammy. Over here. DASM.cfg vs. I want to go up and into unpacked and file 2. Just going to yoink all that, paste it. Input name is going to be combine.bin. Start address is going to be 8000. I think. Right? And dash lane 2. What in the fuck? No. DA65. Is it dash I? Yes, dash I. Info combined dot. No, it's okay. DASM.config. Yeah, then combined ASM. No. That's what I wanted. Okay. God damn it. Okay. Reset routine stuff. CLD SEI. Okay. Is this just running off of like the low half of RAM? Probably, actually. Right, I need the I need the vectors. Didn't I have that in one of these? Could have swore I put the vectors in one of these configs. DK3, this one? Maybe? Off by 1. How am I off by 1? Wait a minute. What? FE. Where's FF? Did I not? I think I think hang on, I think I extracted it incorrectly. FD okay, cause that's in this Windows history. Yeah, this needs to be to 800 like that, because I think that's exclusive, right? This one. Yeah. Cat 2 3 into combine.bin into combine.bin, and then we want to rerun the disassembly. There we go. Okay, I was off by 1. Haha. Okay. I'm not sure these are the same size. Why are these disassemblies different? Why? Why? It's the same bytes. It's the same bytes. But it disassembles different in both cases. What the hell? What the hell? CV combined bin. Find the hex. DK3 perg. Misaligned entry points? Maybe? Mr. Linus, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay, Combine has a lot more on it. Oh, that's the mirror. This is a mirror here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it is just straight up identical. Alright, so it doesn't do any kind of modification whatsoever then to that. QA. No. Doesn't fit. Okay, this is a little different now. Why? 51C7. Oh, those labels are different because those labels don't exist in the cartridge disassembly because I don't have the mirror in that disassembly. I just had the first half of the ROM space. That's the only difference here. So it's gonna have to do some fuckery with putting the addresses in the right spot. This hardware, right? Presumably. So is there like some kind of like bootstrap that's attached onto this thing? Because the ROM itself isn't actually any different. So is there like some supporting code in there? I guess. Is that what's going on? God damn it. Export path equal no. Path equals $path. There it is. That is just Souseiki. Okay, so what the fuck is this then? That last file there. This guy. We're gonna find out what the hell that is, I think. FDS extract. Side 0 file num 4 full range. I need. Okay, I did export that. Okay, good. No, I just need a. This one's going to be file 4.cfg. Yoink, paste. Start address is going to be DC00. DC00. Okay. Oh, that's not combined. That's going to be what? What is that going to be? That's going to be okay. 004 underscore side 004 4 underscore 04. I need a better naming scheme for all that shit. ASM. All right. DA 65 input file 4. Okay. What does this look like? Vim. That. Loadex FF. Okay, put that on the stack. Guess let's reset in the stack. Okay. Load a whatever the hell's there. What? Okay, so that'd be inside. What the hell? Compared to 49, branch not equal. Load FE or FF. Is this a compared to 32? Branch not equal. Jump there. 49, 32. What the hell? Okay. What am I over there? Stop that. That's the reset vector, isn't it? Is that the reset vector? Let's see. The middle vector. Is the middle vector Reset? I don't remember. I should know this, but I don't. Yes, okay. Huh. So I was doing some kind of setup and then just jumping to the reset vector of... I'm not sure what yet, because I'm not sure what's actually there. Because this stuff up here... Well, okay, let's see where this goes. Let's map out where this goes. JSR, okay, over there. This guy goes over 70C. Oh, that's not. That's not mapped in. Well, it's mapped in, yes, but not. Okay, so I hate that. Actually, hang on. Okay, so there's a like boot file thing or something, right? No. Go over here. FDS disk format. Yes. Boot. First, the code file number to load upon boot or startup. Okay. If the S is started with a disk whose side number and disk number aren't both 0, it'll be prompted to insert the first disk side. However, some games make this number 00, even for the second disk, and make it bootable too. Okay. Let me actually add that into this stuff here. Into the printout anyway. Vim ROM. I think it's in here somewhere, right? Yes, boot field ID. I want to write that out. Wait, huh? Alright. Yeah, header. This guy. No. Yeah. Make. The fuck you mean 15? What? There aren't 15 files. What do you mean 15? Huh? That... No, that doesn't seem right. Boot file read code. Block info. Okay. ID byte. Okay, down here. Nope. If ID byte is 0x01, right? Yes. Block info, okay. B is block info. No. B dot. Paste. God damn it. Yoink. Paste. And I also want to put a new line in. Make again. Over to here. Do that. 15. Huh? No. No? Am I... What? File numbers are generally increasing order. First file is 0. The BIOS does not use file numbers during reads. Okay, yeah. File numbers written when calling pen file, write file are manually counted from the first file. File IDs can be freely assigned, and this number... and this is the number which will decide which file is loaded from the disk instead of the file number. For example, the parameter disks for Quick Hunter uses identical file numbers for everything except the first file, and only distinguishes them by file IDs. A file ID is smaller to or equal to the boot read file code means the file is a boot file and will be loaded on first startup. BIOS only writes the PPU when the file is not equal to 0, so types 2 and above are functionally identical to type 1. So the idea of 15, does that just mean load everything in these cases? Like, is that what that's saying? Just load everything? These aren't right. Why is this weird like that? Why is it giving me double backslashes? Block file. File header. Oh, that's gonna be in blocks, isn't it? Blocks. File header, file name. I don't like how I'm quoting that. I don't like that at all. Bytes to ASCII. That's where that was. Jamaica, hey, Dylan, welcome. My string format S per F. Alright, blocks doesn't use that routine, so what is that? Huh? What? Why am I getting... Is it because it's quoted or some shit? It's because it's quoted, isn't it? Yes. Yes, because it's quarter. Okay. ROM file, file name. Okay. ROM file. And do that instead. Make over here. That's better. Okay. Columns are still all fucked, but you know, whatever. Fix that shit later. I'm keeping this like that for now. That needs to be fixed. To do use bytes. Use use that. Okay. That's something fun. Microsoft is certainly starting to panic a bit because Linux has gotten to the 3% mark on Steam survey. It's doing much better for performance. It's funny, there's this big blog post about the work they're gonna do. I heard about that. Yeah. I mean, it's not gonna make me go back to Windows, that's for sure. Okay, but like, boot file ID. So the boot this right here refers to this column, right? That file ID, right? Right? Boot. This boot file, boot read file code. It's an awkward name for that, honestly. What other things do I have dumped? Trap, how you doing? More than fun, legit good news. My continuation better here. They're a bit too comfortable with the status quo. Yeah, like it was pre-Horizon. Hopefully they'll get the shit scared out of them good. Hopefully, I'm not confident they will, but you know. Yeah. Users root documents ls. Right, there's the Zelda fucking thing. Not FTS stuff, no. 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 Why is everything 15 here? That doesn't seem right. I don't. Am I reading the correct field here? Did I accidentally mix up two fields? It should be byte number 19, hex 19. Right after it are all F's, I guess. 19 into it. So that's the FTS header. And Hex 19. No, I'm reading the correct byte. What the fuck? Hello! T2 side? Am I saying that right? Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? What are you guys working on? We are doing some Famicom disk system investigations? I don't know. I'm not sure reverse engineering is really correct right yet, but T2 SDE. Okay, well, I don't know. Welcome regardless. How you doing? Yeah, so I'm doing some reverse engineering stuff with the Famicom. That's what I do a lot of here anyway. Currently right now, I'm working through figuring out how this thing works. It's a green circuit board on a green screen. There's a circuit board here, trust me. And I am figuring out disk system stuff for the Famicom. I'm not familiar with it, but I'm getting familiar with it. My expertise is more around this stupid thing, tape drive for the Famicom. But yeah, so I'm going through basically two versions of a ROM, and finding differences, kind of, sort of. I'm not explaining this very well. Yeah, I also have Linux on my NES or Famicom because, shut up. I didn't put it. Well, I didn't write it, but you know. Alaska. Am I saying that right? You know, by the way, welcome. But yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So the device I am working on figuring out how it works is called the Souseiki Fammy. It's a weird device that I don't have a picture up of right now. Hang on. I'll get a picture real quick. And then over here, and this one. There it goes. Okay, so we've got the Famicom on the Famicom disk system, the floppy drive thing on the bottom. Famicom right there. This weird hunk of metal is the Famicom is the Souseiki Fammy. Back here is the RAM adapter thing for the disk system. This is what normally just plugs directly into the Famicom. And this is a Famicom ROM. The idea for the idea for this piece of hardware is it can take some, not all, but some cartridges and put them on disk, and then also play them back. Or rather, the hardware is required to play back the games that you have dumped onto disk. So I'm going through a bunch of hoops. No, I'm attempting to figure out how it actually does that. Because if you take a disk that you duplicated and try to play it without this device, it won't play. I haven't actually tried that, I don't think, yet, but I can try that, though. Hello, Created D. Welcome. Welcome. Let me actually try that real quick. Hang on. So, there it is. Okay. So this one, side B, is the quote-unquote correct one. Plug this in, and then plug that. There. Okay. Capture. Okay. And what happens if I just pop it in? Do I get an error message? Maybe. I get a whole lot of nothing. Oh, wait. Really? Now I get nothing. Okay. All right. All right. All right. That's what I was kind of expecting, I guess. Whole lot of nothing. Got it. So yeah, this is a disc that was created by this device. And you need the device to play any discs you create with the thing. Yeah, so it's not like a true like copier, really. I don't know. So it is a weird little device. Well, it's not exactly that little, but it's bigger than the Famicom. I think actually the motherboard is larger than the Famicom's motherboard too. But yeah, so I'm trying to figure out not only how it works, but also get up to speed on a bunch of Famicom disk system stuff. The current thing is this boot read file code thing, which presumably is used during the startup of any game on the FDS. You pop a disk in, and it has to know where to start executing code from that disk, right? Presumably. I thought that's what this was for, but in the dumps I've seen, it's looking for file ID 15, which none of these dumps have, which is neat. Like here, file ID 15, but it goes up to 6, or I guess 28 technically. So it's like, huh? What? Again, 15 on the second side B. Oh, this is that kind of 15, but that's a character ROM. So that I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe it only copies a RAM snapshot to floppy. So kind of, sorta. Welcome, by the way, Peter. So this thing does have extra RAM on it, but the ROM that I am testing this stuff out with, on the floor, don't worry about it, fell over earlier today, is Donkey Kong 3. So this is an NROM game, a 256 NROM game, I think. Yeah, so it only uses half the cartridge space, is what I'm getting at, right? Half the available cartridge space. NROM being the no mapper. So the memory chips are essentially wired directly to the pins on the card slot. There's no extra chip doing some memory management shenanigans on there. So that's the kind of game that this thing supports, right? Where am I going with this? So it loads all this basically into memory on the board, and then dumps that to disk in a way that can be played back from that disk. Yeah. Probably this is the first rule of reverse engineering. Don't forget to reverse engineer the firmware yourself. Don't rely on documentation. Yeah, I mean, that was part of like the homework I needed to do, which I didn't do. So, whoops. In fact, hang on. Let's just do one of these. So this is one of right. I can't use that because it goes into its own weird ass fucking right. It goes into its own weird. God damn it. Yeah. So these will show this screen or get this far, but because this device, this is one of the discs that came with the thing, right? This device has more addressable memory than the disk system usually has. And this expects that. So I can't use this to have a look at the disk system firmware. Give me a second. Let me get one. Keyboard connected. Why is the keyboard connected? Huh? Input. NES. No. Ah, there. Okay. Reload ROM. Disk 1, side A inserted. Okay. Debugger. Boot-a-dip. Okay, so I noticed this before. This shit right here. These are notes for the firmware. This shit right here. And these labels and things. Where the hell are they stored? And how does that work? Because I would love to use that feature for the study box. So I don't have to keep reloading and shuffling around fucking label files and debug files. What the hell is that? Where is that? God damn it. Okay, so this is going to load stuff into memory, presumably. And the FDS has memory where? Let's go back one. Banks. 6,000 to DF. Okay. So we're going to put a breakpoint on that for execution. Another boat! What the hell? What keeps happening? How do you keep sinking boats? This is what, number 4? Your 4th boat? Jesus Christ. Okay, so I need a breakpoint. Add a breakpoint. That is going to be from 6,000 to DFFF on execution. Okay, go. All right. Okay. So I noticed it did the splash screen thing first without jumping into the code. So it's got some... that's some bullshit copy protection stuff, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Where like, oh, this needs to exist on the disk or else it won't work kind of thing, right? Is that what that is? Similar to how the Game Boy does its protection stuff? Is that how that works? 2 of the boats might not be sunk, but I don't have a portal set up down there. Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Why do I have a portal set up down there? What? That's like... I always have a portal set up at base for... a spare one for when I'm adventuring, right? A spare portal set up just to be the travel portal, right? And I'll always have enough materials when I set out to make a portal, right? So that's to enough wood to drop down the bench, and then enough of the other resources to drop down a portal. Are you not having like time? You keep getting killed. Oh no! I just keep getting bum rushed. Uh-oh. That ain't good. That ain't good. Oh. E1000. Okay, so E to the end here. The FFC. Okay, so this is jumping into the reset vector of the game. Interesting. Well, I mean, it makes sense, yeah. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint there. Reload ROM. Boot-a-deep. Wednesday and Satoshi. Okay. Really? So it doesn't hit that breakpoint. Interesting. Because I was jumped in from somewhere else. Wait until the next V-blank. Wait until the next V-blank, and when it fires, return. Huh? Okay, so this wouldn't be that bad if there was word wrap in the debugger. Anyway, selection, vector selection at 100 is preserved, but further wavelengths are disabled. Okay. DFC clears out those, sure. There's not a way that I can just eject the disk, is there? Reload ROM, eject disk. Okay. So it is looking for obviously something to change. That's what I can say. Status. This one then, yeah? Switch control into and I've had right transfer flag. No. Drive status. This one. 4032. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint on 4032. On read. There it is. Load it, and it with 1. Branch not equal over here, so that's disk ready. Is that like error code? It preps an error code, essentially. It's over here. Not really sure what that's doing. Just want the boost screen to show up. Disable automatically insert disk 1 side and power up on the. Okay. Yeah. So right now I'm basically trying to understand the init process for after it inserts a disk. Fluffy, how you doing? Welcome. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for the follow too. Appreciate that. Cassettes from upgrade from cassette tape. No, we're distracted a little bit, but we do. I do have a disc system as well as a bunch of tapes, cassettes, discs. I'm Jugger. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah. So I so what I was doing is I was looking at some of the stuff here with the output, right? And I wanted to like try and figure out essentially the boot sequence, kind of, sort of, for the Souseiki Fammy stuff. Looking through it, I noticed it jumped to some RAM things. So I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I probably have to understand the disk system in general to understand what's going on here. But, so I looked at, boot file ID. All right, so it just boots that file, I guess? 15 on everything. The fuck? I don't think that's right. BIOS disassembly and Brad Taylor's reference. Who? That's a nice well system. It's an old document linked in the FTS articles. And references? Oh, old/outdated. 2004. Jesus. What this document describes. General information on the RAM adapter hardware. Okay. Nomenclature, single descriptions, RAM adapters, disk-related hardware facilities, BIOS general information, steps involved in booting. Okay. Hardware procedures for low-level disk I/O port programming, how disk system interact with the ROM BIOS. Okay. As far as okay, which one is the fact that I don't know. 12K a sec. Most software games the FTS don't do disk access themselves. They rely on the BIOS. Yeah. For the file name and the number. Yeah. So one goes in 2002. So the BIOS code, figuring out what the hell again. Okay. Reframe adapter information. Adapter's piece of hardware. Yeah. The DRAM chip. Come out to that. Okay, there's a lot of connections exclusively to that chip. Obviously, that chip is controlling the DRAM's refresh cycles and addressing. Since only a few system address lines are directly connected to the DRAM. DRAM timings are a mystery. Those 80 speeds are really short, right? BIOS ROM. Now, if there's integrated into either the DRAM chip, unlikely, or that other chip, very likely. Okay. There's unknown. I have a feeling we've resolved that. For my purposes, I don't give a shit. Yeah, sure. Disk-related hardware. I don't really care. Disk ports. The registers. Control, sure. BIOS. I hate that the text representation of the chip is crooked. 2004 was when I hand soldered TTL logic attached to the PC parallel port. Oh my god, my first Game Boy Advance cartridge. Wow. Failed miserably, and then a Japanese guy beat me to it with his F-Zero cartridge. Ooh. Rip. DRAM timings are a mystery. Alright, BIOS data area. BIOS uses several places of memory, but only some of them are expected to be maintained by game code. As follows: 8 bits, 16 bits, sure. Disk NY vector, NY vector, NY vector. Excuse me. Reset vector, RQ vector. Okay. PC action reset, PC action RQ. What the fuck does that mean? PC action? What the hell? We're still sane, unlike the current era. Yeah. Okay, so memory in F9 FF is always kept in sync with the aforementioned ports. This is done because those ports are write-only. Consequently, the current value these ports are programmed with can always be read here. Sure. Maybe more structured data areas in the 0 page. For example, the BIOS joypad routines use F5 to F8 for storing controller reads, but only the listed ones are used by the disk call routines. Oh, I said the same. Okay, yep. For 3 years ago. The horror there is the DRM refresh watchdog. Software end of the refresh, not the hardware end, right? No. ROM BIOS is procedures information. Pretty much all the disks related BIOS code resides in that range, so keep that in mind when looking at BIOS ROM BIOS disassembly. Disk routines, there's routines that are procedures. Sure. Disk routine data area. All ROM BIOS disk routines use a small amount of 0-page memory. Disk routines usually pass parameters to the subroutines via this memory area. Disk routines do not save any data residing in this area prior to calling subroutines. So procedures to call disk routines must be sure not to keep important data in this area during the call. The following list describes the 0-page memory used by subroutines, their common use, and their common use. Sure. Boot code ID. Boot ID code 8. I'm curious if I'm getting like the right ID code in my disassemblies. The dumps rather. Watch fires on IRQ whenever it deems the DRAM needs force refreshing, and the software is expected to handle it along with other IRQ sources. Bunch of disk errors, sure. ROM BIOS disk subroutines, don't really care right now. Disk block processing examples, sure. Disk routines, identity header string, disk ID. File load list, disk information, disk info. Yeah, I had my coffee this morning. I don't know why the hell I'm yawning. ROM BIOS routine emulation considerations. For ambitious supporting built-in FTS disk routine interface and scrapping the disk-related BIOS ROM called altogether can make FTS-written games run on the NES emulator as fast as a cart or ROM-based games. This means you will probably never even notice a single save load screen while playing any FTS game you can think of other than regular chain-side ROMs. Emulators, which base their emulation address decoding on full-size 17-bit address, lookup table, trapping snap. What the fuck is going on? Huh? Drive operation, transfer protocol, encoding format. I don't care about that. I don't care about the calculations either. Signals. Emulating the disk drive. Final notes. No. Copy protection. Oh, and then the disassembly. Where was the boot thing? Hang on. What? Booting a disk game. Here we go. I skipped right over it. I read this paragraph and then skipped that. What the hell? Once the disk's boot files have been loaded successfully into memory, more on this later. 102 is assigned AC35 in the BIOS data area, and their respective ports are set to the aforementioned reset values. Finally, interrupts are enabled and the program control is transferred to the vector. Okay. Actually, disk I/O traps are another good emulation strategy. Yeah, I figured a lot of the emulation considerations in this document may not be accurate, given its age. So yeah, that's fair. Okay. I remember when the only PC engine CD emulation was via BIOS entry terms. Read code. Oh, maybe I read this one. It said, "Excuse you," instead of that one. Made the BIOS field comparison, an appropriate error number is generated. Comparisons of material data can be skipped by placing an FF byte in the appropriate place. For this ID string, for example, when the BIOS ROM BIOS boots a disk, it sets all the fields in the disk ID string to -1, except the disk side number and disk number, which are set to 0. So these fields have to match 0. The following chart describes the disk ID structure and the error numbers returned when comparison fails. Save the bus for that, or look at the chips, check the data sheet, and expect it to do the same thing. Don't de-interrupt software is weird, but not too terribly new if you don't want to do it in hardware due to cost. Fortunately, that was only one emulator. That was only 2. File load list. This string is used when games need to specify which files to load from disk into memory. Each byte in load list specifies a file to load into memory. As file headers are sequentially right off the disk, the file identification code, file ID, byte offset 2 and block type 3, as compared to every element in the list. In the load list, match is found, the file is loaded. This is done until there are no more files on the disk, as indicated by the file count stored in block type 2 on the disk. The load list can be terminated by an FF entry. Only the first 20 entries in the list will be processed. It's done because only about 800 clock cycles available to compare algorithm during this time. If FF is the first element of the string, then this indicates that the boot load file code, boot ID, stored in the file disk block 1 byte offset 25, is to be used for deciding which files to load off the disk. In this case, the condition for loading a file is boot ID is greater than or equal to file ID. Okay. Getting FTS games to boot that normally don't. So we get FTS that normally don't work to now boot. If successfully, the trick is along the lines part of the disk drive mechanism itself. Some physical stuff. What the hell is this character? I'm gonna need to properly reverse engineer this BIOS, aren't I? Before I continue on to the Souseiki Fammy, aren't I? Aren't I? Oh, I'm too tired for this. The approach makes more sense in hindsight, but I was simply shocked by the fact that it took so long for anyone to discover document the FDS's implementation. Do I want you working notes on the BIOS? Sure, why not? Sure. I'm not entirely sure how much I'll be able to understand, but and real quick, I wanna have a look at something here. Okay. Firmware. This guy right here has some debugger stuff associated with it. Where the fuck is that? It's not in there. It's not fucking hard-coded, is it? Is it? It's current year, and FPS simulation is still not good enough, and all that. No. You got like this stuff right here. It isn't even apparently loaded in. Yeah, this shit. Where are those saved? Where the hell is that stuff saved? No. Default helper. I beg your fucking pardon? What? No. Why would you do this to me? As soon as I would have started writing this right here out, I would have been like, I need a better way. Right? Oh god. Okay. Now I'm debating if I want to see if I can patch in, hey, so if it's an FDS or if it's a study box, load this specific file. This specific debugger file if it exists. Or whatever. Ah! God, just for everything. Oh my god. Well, these are defaults too, aren't they? So like, Those labels are quite outdated at this point too. Yeah, so that's just not going to help at all. Oh my god. I really wish this was done a different way. I really wish there was just like a... Okay, so the way the labels work in Messen, right, is they're in these files here. These JSON files, right? Debugger, LSL, less. They're in these files, right? So let me go to like this one, for instance, right? This is the English one. Vim, that looks like this, right? This here, these are those defaults being loaded into this specific JSON file. So what I would prefer, what I would prefer is a JSON file that's the default whatever the fuck for the thing, at least. Instead of hard coding all that shit. Because now I want to like write a patch to do that, basically. And I hate that. I hate that so much. Thank you. References. Reset labels. Okay. If workspace by CPU dot count is 0, what? Default label, set default labels. I mean, where's like the load? Lesson label file, so yes. Yeah, there's the import. Okay. No, this doesn't do the. This is the other. God damn it! This is the Shit. That's that export and import. That's these here. Messon has been in need of NES accuracy improvement since June or something. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, Sour's on an extended break right now, isn't he? Manager. Well, it's not really like labels. It's really workspace, right? Kind of. Why is there a regex here? What? Reset labels, process label update. Get label, get label. Get label, contains label, set labels. Get labels, get key, set label, set label. Delete label. Delete labels. Refresh, process. Update insert breakpoints. No. I need the code that loads in the workspace. I don't know what that is. CPU debug workspace. Workspace manager. Utilities. Load. Ta-da! There it is. Okay. There's no way of combining those, is there? Merging them onto each other, right? I'm tempted to patch this to be like, hey, if study box or disk system load this specific JSON. FedEx just tried to misdeliver a package here. Oh my god. Was it for like a different street entirely or your neighbor? Is it actually hard-coded or generated code? Hard-coded, yeah. Just compile the app with the changes you need, and there's no need to change the values while the program runs. This is perfectly fine. Well, no, so that's the thing. Nightmare Joker. The stuff, the stuff that's hard-coded are these labels here. That shit right there. And those need to be updated, number one. But the like the fact that it's hard coded in the first place, when for every other ROM it's a fucking JSON file, right? Copy and rename a custom template file. I've tried that before and it's always gotten hairy and broken. So the reason it gets hairy and broken, these are all the ROMs I have for the study box. There's a few of them. It's 113 of them. Each time I open these up, it creates a new workspace file. I'd have to like symlink and or copy paste a bunch of shit around beforehand to have that information when I fire up a ROM. Is it possible? I guess. It's a bitch and a half to manage, though. If you want hairy and broken, there's always my disassembler scripts. But unless the UI lets you edit those, yes, it does. It does. That's why it gets hairy, because for study box stuff especially, I am actively and constantly editing these. Does it persist? Probably, yeah. All right, that was read down pads. Yep. And it persists because this is now written to a Zelda_1 file. This one here. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Vim. Right there. It's copied into, because it's the default whatever the hell, right? So it's just copied into the JSON for that ROM, right? Which, like, if you're just doing like your standard ROMs, fine, that works great, right? If you're doing like, because the other stuff that it's used for is like, oh, the PPU registers or whatever, and those are like on the Famicom hardware, right? But for the study box and the disk system stuff, those aren't on the hardware. They're in these things, right? And these both have their own firmware that's in ROM space. So that kind of stuff like can change. But that's not the game, if that right? 'Cause so like for if you're just like reverse engineering like a disk system game, right? And you load it in and you start piecing stuff together from the disk image, but in memory or whatever, right? I'm not sure how well that works with how this is set up, by the way, because there's different files from the FDS ROM, right? The FDS image, and it's and labels and mesin aren't tied to that. They're tied to like, oh, PRG ROM or PRG RAM or whatever the hell, right? So when you pop in another floppy disk, all right, well the BIOS is the same, but you know we still have some code in ROM or whatever. So we just in RAM, code in RAM, we just copy the default to new.json and you know Bob's your uncle or whatever. For this guy, there is no native 6502 code on the tapes. At all. The entire ROM space is occupied with the BIOS. The entire ROM space. Everything on the tapes are its own special language, essentially. So not all tapes use all the functions in the BIOS, right? So a lot of what I've done in the past while figuring out the scripting language is I have a disassembler for the scripting language, right? So I run that, I find an unknown. I can actually just show you that. Study box, unpacked ROMs in here. ROM stats. So these are these columns are the opcode right here, the number of uses for that opcode, and the mnemonic for that opcode. These are ones I don't know what the hell they are yet, right? So in order to figure out what the hell they are, I need to find where they're used, right? Like this one's only used 7 times. I have 113 ROM files. Which 7 are they in? Right? So I need to go to that ROM file and run that ROM until it hits that opcode. Okay, well, when I load up that tape, I have to reload the fucking current, if I can keep track of that, the current workspace file, essentially. Right? But that I have to keep current manually by exporting labels from mesin. Right? I have to manually export labels here. to make sure I've got like up-to-date stuff from the most recent one that I did or whatever, and I have to make sure I'm on top of it all the time. Yeah. Last time I tried getting all of them the same workspace or whatever, the actual like .json, or actually at that time it was XML. I'm messing 1, not messing 2. I was actually on Windows at that point, and apparently Windows supports what's it? Symlinks? So I was trying that out, and God, it kind of worked, sort of. Extremely cumbersome even then. I had a script set up, I think, like a PowerShell script to like find all the .studybox files and create a symlink for all those. Yeah. Opcode only used 3 times. There's no rhyme or reason to how they're sorted. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of just like shuffled in a table or whatever. I mean, there's some stuff that are kind of like next to each other, sort of, right? Like the jumps are next to each other, right? Jump not 0, jump 0, jump switch was a weird one. Equals and an or, and equal and not equal. You know, so they are kind of sort of grouped together. Kind of, sort of, but they don't have to be, right? Because it's a lookup table, right? Discover the century, apparently. Yeah, it's you gotta like jump through some hoops to actually use the symlinks, and they're not good across drives, which I found out. I don't even think hard links are good across drives, but like almost. I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, so I probably have a better time doing it in Linux, but I don't want to have to fucking rebuild those every goddamn time, you know? I don't want to have to do that. Every time I get a new like studybox file, or I create one, or I rename one for whatever the fuck reason, right? I don't want to have to rerun a script every time, and remember to rerun the script every time. Yeah. But again, the fact that oh, thank you, my daughter. Appreciate that. All right, we're gonna cut that from there. We're gonna go over to put it there. Thank you, thank you. Extract here. That's not. Where did it? Oh, because yeah. Extract here. Huh? Oh. Looking in the wrong directory. There it is. Yeah, looking a little bit. Thank you. Windows supports symlinks, hardlinks, alternate file streams, some of which are used to get set file attributes, like when you download a file from the internet and mark it as highly untrusted, mapping volumes to folders, and a bunch of other strange stuff nobody ever uses. Oh. Windows symlinks and hardlinks don't work across volumes, but junctions do, but they only work on folders. A bit weird. Yeah, I don't fully understand it, and I gave up after trying a little bit, and I'm like, I don't care anymore. I don't care to try anymore. So, yeah. I would much rather the emulator handle it in a better fashion. You know? Much rather that. But alas. All right, let's see what all this stuff is. Oh, yes, another org file. It's an Emacs thing, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Whew. Okay. What is all this? Yeah, Emacs. What is it, like org mode or something like that? Yeah. On an investigation of the Famicom disk system. Okay. Another project for the pile. And support for creating translation patches. Okay. We want to know what everything in the BIOS does, whatever we can find out about the hardware, what parts of the RAM are used by the BIOS and why, what the on-disk structure is, the mapping from dumped FDS images to something approximating a physical reality. Fair. Listen, I can't spell, all right? So I didn't even know that it was misspelled. Yeah, from NT4, because some links and hard links were relative paths, and junctions can be both relative and absolute paths to a folder file. Uh-huh. Very complex filter system on top of NTFS, which also allows for some crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah. 7 days in, and yeah, okay. According to that FDS list program, the headerless version of FDS is from INES. Like an INES file? So there is a FDS header, or an FDS quote-unquote mapper. I don't remember which one it was, though. No. There's a mapper that is like discontinued for use, essentially, right? Yep, CRC, yeah. File format. Or, yeah. No. So my guess, is this header came after, well, rather, let me rephrase. My guess is a mapper number was assigned to the disk system at one point. So all the ROMs, the disks, were given that mapper number. And then when it was split out from the mapper system, right, they just chopped off the header and said, .fds, who cares? Right? That's gonna be my guess. No. No. It's the control. Yeah, it's not fuck. There's a name for it. But yeah, it's a shit. I never use it because I can't be bothered. Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay. Where was I? I don't need this open anymore. Or that. Or that. Okay. Oh, no, because I need to know like what it loads up first. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and assume that this other file, this file 4, is what's actually being loaded first, right? ArchWiki, yay! Yeah, those guys. The ACL package is a dependency of systemd. It should already be installed. Oh, interesting. To enable ACL, the file system must be mounted with the ACL option. You can use a step to ensure the possible ACL option is already active as one of the default mount options on this file system. PTRFS and ext2, 3, and 4 file systems are affected by this. Using the filing command to check the... Huh. Interesting. Also includes label definitions. Oh, bank 0.labels, is that it? No. Bank hardware labels. Oh, okay, that's what that is. Bank brand labels? Okay. I see. The shells. Oh, hang on. Let's. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. What? What are you doing, sir? What the hell is a .f file, by the way? What language is this? Is this fourth? This is fourth, isn't it? Fourth? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Jesus Christ. How dare you? What the fuck is this? That's our shell script. Oh God. Eldritch shell, yeah, that's what that is. An Eldritch shell script. Are you? Are you modifying your code here? Are you modifying your fourth with sed? Is that what you're doing here? Only patching the output. Okay. Jesus Christ. God damn it. Oh, you're killing me. Oh, God, you're killing me. Jesus Christ. All right. Oh. Okay. Before that, okay. After that, whenever. But how to patch the output is specified in the comments in the fourth file that indicates which parts of the bank are code versus pointers versus data. I'm not reading that right now. I'm not reading the fourth code right now. I'm sorry. All right. Step back. DFFC. Okay. All right, yeah, so this is the what's it? The bootloader essentially. Right? Yeah, so the disk system launches this code first. Essentially. DF00. DF00. Starts there. Okay. Vim DASM config. All right. Label. Name. Entry. Adder. DF00. So all the stuff before that, who the hell knows? Doesn't necessarily look like valid code. At all. Well, some of it does. Kind of, sort of. Okay, it does go off the rails a little bit here and there. Ton of extra routines? Yeah. Yeah. DA, that, IDASM. Ha, what? DF00. Why didn't you put the label there, you piece of crap? What? What the fuck? Because that is the wrong file, actually. File 4. That's why. There it is. Welcome to the world of will cheerfully customize my disassembler on a per project basis. Disassembler absolutely hate the VRAM structure format. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna set this as. I need a quick reference here. DA. Range. Actually, was one of that if the label is also given for comment. Okay. And name. Convenience. Start type. Skip. No. Dealer table D byte. Orange because the data disassembled as a table of D bytes. Double byte values. No, there's just gonna be byte table. Okay. No. All right. Range. Start. 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 Yes. We're going to start that. Here. DDF1. And DEFF. Type is going to be byte table. Good. Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Got a feeling there's a few more of them, like this guy here. That's jump. What? DF39. 39 to no, come on. To what? I don't think I trust these as... Okay, so maybe those are... What the fuck? All right, so we're going to DF D8. And then we're going to have another range. Start at DFE3. 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 And end at DFEF. Because I see the RTI there. How are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 8 1. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm suspicious of this too. DFE. These guys are vectors, aren't they? Yeah, those are going to be vectors. Why did it not? There we go. 3 NMI, 1 reset, 1 IRQ. Oh, so it's... Oh, so there's even more vectors then. It's five addresses. Vector art. This is really confusing. Vector as in pointer, or address. That's what vector means in this context. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Those are the standards. And then 1, 2. So F6? Okay, well, that was just an RTI. Fair. Oh, and these are the... Okay. Okay. All right, so this it would be the. That's IRQ, wouldn't it be? Is that how? Bloody hell. Doesn't use NMI 1. Well, so that's the thing. That's actually referenced in places. And the others are just the RTI. Right there. And then there's the reset. Well, yes, Victor R. This early. Pair of DAX and TTL on phone. You can set up an oscilloscope in XY mode. Yeah. How much stuff? Hang on. NMI reset IRQ. Okay, so IRQ reset and then the NMIs. Okay. EA. Wait, that's not in this address space. That's pointing to, fucking FDS address space. BIOS routines, yeah. Took me a second to figure that shit out. Okay. Config mess into firmware disk sys rom. Copy that here. Yoink, paste. Start address is what does it start at again? E1000. E1000. Okay. And then we're gonna have vectors. Maybe. Why? What the fuck kind of permissions is that? There we go. Proper perms. EA65 input disk sys config. All right, dumper scripts is a root moment. That's not even like a root dumper thing. That's That's oh god. I probably set it up wrong. Whenever I got the fucking ROM or the BIOS or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Yep. So it uses that there. Is that just setting the scroll? Is that what that label is? Just set the scroll? Clears 2002. FD, set that to 05, which is a scroll register. And then FC, and then FF 2000. What the fuck? Turns everything on. And what the fuck? All right, what do your notes have to say about this? Set PPU scroll position and current name table. Okay. It's a weird way to do it, but oh, that's a oh god. That's not an immediate value. That's a fucking variable. Okay. Okay. God damn it. Do you have a what do you use for a label for that? Oh, that's no. This one. Set PPU scroll and name table. You know what? Sure. Can I actually? Yeah. Adder. EA. Okay. Yeah, that's good work. Actually, I want to prefix this stuff. So it's FDS BIOS versus Souseiki bullshit. Can I include another label file? Is that a thing I can do? I don't think so. Can I include? Specifying assembler includes? ASM Inc. directive is used to give the names of input files containing symbol assignments in assembler syntax. User conventions apply for symbol names. Values may be specified as hex, leading $, binary, leading %, or decimal. Values may optionally be signed. Note, the include file parser is very simple. Expressions are not allowed. Anything but symbol assignments is flagged as an error. See the ignore unknown directive below. Following attributes are recognized. File. This attribute is followed by a string value specifies the name of the file to read. Comment start. Optional attribute followed by the character constant specifies the character that starts a comment. What? No. No. Huh? Segments. That's not... No, no. Start and name. How do you spell kernel? I don't think that's how you spell kernel. Helper scripts. Oh god, what? So basically, I don't want to have to repeat label definitions. So I want to be able to put them in one file, but I don't think I'll be able to. No, not that. Reason why scripts are set to the way that they are and that they pull in multiple label files. Yeah. CD into... that and... DA65I file 4.config and CD back up. I hate it. I hate that. I hate that so much. This is making me want to, like, revisit my static disassembler code. But I don't know if I want to do that right now. You know, hang on. 5.4 config. No file. No. 0.04 to file 4 dot dat dot bin. No, okay, so what I mean is I have some very broken disassembler code that I don't remember the state of. And I don't know if I want to dig into that right now, is what I'm getting at. I don't know if I want to fix that to disassemble things, you know? Yeah, okay, like that. Okay, actually, both of these guys are in. Hang on. What was it? FDS list. I don't have. God damn it. Oh, FDS list. No. Bin FDS list. I can concatenate those two together. No, I'll keep them separate. It's fine. It's fine. I'll keep them separate. I don't know why I made that smaller again. Labels. Yep, then quit out of that. And I want to copy to here. And copy that to here. We're going to Vim. Nope. This. Get rid of that. Okay. Actually, I can just do percent like that. And then %.asm. DA65I that all right? I don't know why I removed those, but fine, whatever. Why didn't it do the other one? What? Yeah, there. Oh, Let's just file the directory. Fair. Fair. File 4 dot. Was it bin? Right? Yes. Okay, that works. That'll work. That'll work, I guess. I don't like that it's deleting the those files though. The dot precious, right? That works. That works. Okay. Yeah. Okay. File 4 config. Label, name. Empty vector. Thank you for the file, appreciate that. Address is going to be DFF0. Make. Okay. All right. So go back up to entry. Back up to entry. Thank you. Wait, what the fuck is entry? Empty. I thought that said entry vector. The thing I literally just typed. What in the fuck is this? Huh? Minus 22. Does that branch into this shit? No. What is that? Where the hell is this going? What the fuck is this notation for this? Why? I don't think I've seen this notation in this disassembler yet. What the hell? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Into this block? What? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. This is a break that. Why is there a. What? The fuck? Hang on. Entry. Load that, store that there. Load X, BD. Is that a... Absolute at X. Why is it not disassembling that correctly? What the fuck is going on here? BD load A, absolute address, offset X. Is data not code that's reachable? This is reachable. This is very reachable. This is the entry point in the vector. This is what the Famicom disk system jumps to. Is this right here? Why the fuck isn't this disassembling correctly? What? It worked before, didn't it? Range, type. Okay, I can do a type code. Yeah. Edited the previous block wrong, missing a byte. That shouldn't matter. Because I'm telling it here. Hang on. Start df 00 and that works. df36. How did that make it worse? What? Well, no. That's why. This is fucking self-modifying code! Ah! No! Oh, no! 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 That's why it's confused! Increment df09 7 8 9. You did, and I forgot about it. Ah! Well, at least explicitly telling it its code actually makes it disassemble correctly, actually. So this is so it's defining this label, yes, as here plus 2, which is this byte essentially. This guy. Oh man, I hate that so much. Okay, so load 5800 to 5000. I need to like add that actually like permanently to my path or some shit. Export path equals path and name code NAS FDS. No, go F this bin list. It's right here. Okay, so it's copying file 2 and dropping that at 5000. Starting it there. Interesting. Let me hit the bathroom real quick. Hang on, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. polymorphic malware. All right. Branch not equal. That's loop. Okay, we're gonna name that copy loop. Label name. Copy loop. Address DF05. X28. Okay. Yeah, okay. 40 pages. Sort of 5,000. Okay, so what does that go up to? So hex 50 plus 28. Not 8. 28. Go to 78. Okay, that's not all of the loaded stuff. Because there's another loop immediately after it. Copy loop A. And copy loop B. DF20. And 7 more. Yep. And this one is starting at D8, which is the beginning. Wait. D8. Increments X. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Nothing's loaded at that. Is there? Storing that out. Start 7800. Okay. Weird. Okay, well, it does those. And then it jumps to 7C00, which is not in here. It's in the second copy. The fuck is it copying? Seven. That, okay, so, oh my god, it then it copies itself into that address range. That's not in here until the program runs and switches memory banks due to interrupt mid-execution. Right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now it's jumping to itself that's from a different area. So it's jumping into itself that it just copied, basically. Okay, so load up D8. Math, fuck. So I need to find the offset in this file, the current address space, what that address of 7C00 is. So, okay, offset from the start of that. So 7C minus 784. Okay. So add D8 DC 00. Okay, so it's jumping to the beginning. It's jumping to this. Yeah. Okay. But oh boy. Start adder is not that. That address is what did I say? 7C00. What is this? Is this more some more self-modifying bullshit? Or is this like data after the fucking JSR or some shit? It's fine. It's fine. All right, reset the stack pointer, load that, compare it to that. Branch not equal over here. Branch not equal over there. Okay. So this is probably some more setup stuff, right? No! 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 God damn it! I'll just leave again. Not only is it self-modifying code, it copies itself to a different fucking address space and then jumps to it. And there's more fucking self-modifying code right here. The bastard. Because, oh my god, that's in this address space, kinda, sorta. It's before where I am right now. In fact, it's immediately before. Yeah, so this is the Souseiki Fammy bootstrapping. So this is the extra shit on the Souseiki Fammy disk, right? This file right here, right? So this is the splash screen crap on the disk system. And if that's how you doing. This is the character data from the cartridge. These two are program data from the cartridge, but fucky. just don't worry about it. The address shit's kind of weird. And then this right here, this last one, is the bootstrap, essentially. And this starts immediately. I was confused why it wasn't disassembling correctly. Because the first fucking thing it does... The first thing it does, right here, no, right here, self-modifying code in 2 separate loops. So so this one is like copying basically the cartridge information, whatever the hell. This one is copying itself. Yeah. Well, it doesn't start there, though, because you'll notice, so this is starting at address D800. And over here, our ROM data stops at D800. And our bootstrap code starts at DC00. So it copies a bunch of who fucking knows to somewhere. But it copies enough that includes the current copy routine and a bunch of other bullshit. And then jumps into that code it just copied, which is down here. Because I have one input file and 2 separate disassembly files for 2 different address starts. I hate it. Instead of a static disassembler, you're going to have to write a dynamic disassembler. That's the trouble, is the dynamic part of that. Yeah, so this up here is the copy before, is the code before the copy. And this down here is the code after the copy. So this, right here, it jumps somewhere. Where's the jump? I don't know. Oh, wait, we copied, so we're jumping there. Which is in this code here. It's the RAM entry code. But these don't resolve, because of course they don't. Because it's in a different address space. Okay, so branch not equal over here to some setup bullshit. All right, what is this? Load that, store it there, store it there. 4023, is that disk system or is that Souseiki? That is disk system. All right, load 0 and then 83. 0 disables all I/O registers and then enables everything. Okay. The BIOS writes 0, then 83 to it during reset. Disabling registers disables both disk and timer IRQs. Okay. Okay. So reset IO. I guess? Yeah, we're in post-copy land now. Label, name, or let's do adder first. 70CA, 70CA, name, SF, disable, FDS, IO. Okay. Then it returns from that, goes over to here. Fuck you, JSR. Transfer stack to X, increment it. No, stack manipulation, go to hell. Their conversation I ended up on eBay at 3 in the morning. T400 ThinkPad working better in a pretty good condition for $50, include shipping. Wow, that is very tempting. Code that copies itself before jumping to the copy isn't all that rare. Certainly common enough that LD65 has explicit support for code doing that. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect it to be that rare, I guess. Just annoying as shit. Right? This, though, I fucking... Oh, fuck. Come on. Come on. How dare you? Even I don't want a sand key. All right. 100 and 101. What are those? Those are something in FDS land, aren't they? Okay. NMI handler flags. NMI handler flags. And 101... What is 101? IRQ state. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I did alt tab there. Label. Adder. 7C. 6B. Name. SF. FDS. NMI flags. And C. IRQ flags. All right. Let's also swap these around. What? No. X, thank you. Adder 0100 name FDS NMI flags and 1 IRQ flags. What? Oh, that wasn't, it's a DASM. There it goes. I need to increase that column. Comment column 40. That works. Okay. Okay. Which is cellular leaked on the product pictures. Oops. All right. Load the FDS flags, store them. Load, store. Well, hold up. Wait a minute. That's not necessarily what X is. Load A. Load X, FF. Put that in the stack. Okay. So it's FF currently. FF and 0. Okay, yeah, 0. I hate that. Q, increment, and MI flags. How do we increase the flag set 3 times with overflow? That's another flag set. Yeah. Branch not equal. What? What the fuck? Sure. Load Y 3. Increment branch not equal. What in the fuck is this doing? What? Okay, what are those flags? Hang on. Let's have a look out. 0x1 100. Magnum Force, how you doing? As a temporary here rather than as the flags? Yeah, probably, but it's... Alright. But, using as why is it copying these from... Why is it using those initial values of that? Like, why? Why? I don't understand at all what the fuck it's doing here with that. Decrement Y, branch 90. Oh my god. Oh, I can't copy across these. I want file 4, post copy. Label, adder, 7C5F, name, label, 7C5F, loop. My code routine uses inline arguments placed after the chip. How do I know how many? Do I know how many? Three bytes. God, I hate that so much. I hate that so much. Byte table? Byte data? Well, byte table. Nope. E. One blight. Wow, 1 byte plus pointer. I hate that so fucking much. I hate that so much. Oh god. 7C42. Does that exist somewhere? That's the return address or some bullshit, isn't it? What is this pointer to? So the params attribute to 3 on the routine label? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Okay. Do I set it to the name of this guy? Is that what that is? Uh, 7C47 name. Oh my god. I mean, I like that feature. I hate what it's doing. That I like that I don't have to do the parameter. I like that I don't have to manually do that shit. That's nice. That is nice. That is nice. I don't have to manually define. Hey, by the way, there's a range. These 3 bytes are data. It's common enough that it's in this disassembler already. All right. Branch and equal loop. Branch not equal to here. Okay, that just jumps over that. Branch not equal to here. How does it get out of here? What? Nitrix, how you doing? Luke, how you doing? Well, welcome. Probably because of Apple Pro DOS syscalls. Ah, does Apple do that too? Or did they do that? What the hell's AD, by the way? It's another one of these. It's another load absolute. Because it's self-modifying fucking code, it confuses the disassembler. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. All right, range. Start at here. End. Where are we ending? God, probably does it more down here too. We're just gonna end here. 7C, 6C. Type code. I am reverse engineering some Souseiki Fammy bootstrapping bullshit. Probably derived from MSX DOS though. Is it? Store that here. Okay, that's just some random ass byte. Fine. Load, store. There's another one! And another one. Oh my god. I hate this so much. That is such a pain in the ass. Because it just does it all the fucking time. Jesus Christ. Ah. Wouldn't it be easier to just assume everything is being code and not data? Not necessarily, no. my YouTube VODs? Well, yeah, because there's nothing else like in the Western Hemisphere that I know of that goes over this stuff. That's one of the reasons why I have it actually, is because some people in the NestDev community wanted to acquire it to find out how the fuck it worked. And they reached out to me to help. So the fact that I have it is because there's still a lot of unknowns. A lot of unknowns with this system. I didn't even know this thing existed a month ago. Or however long ago it was. God, this code is just rife with fucking self-modifying code and oh god, it's There's not equal over here. Sure. What is this? Anytime I see that break bullshit, I'm just gonna assume it is that. 2C. Start value must be greater than end value. It's almost as if as if they didn't want people reverse engineering software for their unlicensed development peripheral. Yeah. Oh. Let's go offline, show up on Google. Oh boy. Holy shit! Christ! All right. Jesus. I like how the second link is unrelated. It's my Tetris stuff. If I Google this, top result is a Reddit post. Second result is one of my bit. Nice, awesome, cool. We're making history. Woo! From yesterday, let's top it up too. Yes, I didn't stream yesterday. Yesterday was Saturday. What the hell did I do yesterday? Maybe I want to. I missed that. Hang on. Let me just. I'll have to put that on my to-do. That's one thing I didn't think of. Oh, probably because I stopped streaming after midnight my time. That might be why. Font not installed. Yeah, I need to. I'll get that off. I'll get that later. It's fine. I'll have to. I'd probably have to like restart OBS to get it to recognize that it's there, but We're doing some strange shit with Japanese hardware. Who could have figured we need Japanese? Okay, well, so to be fair, like, you know, on my end, it's fine, right? It's just on the overlay is on another machine, so I don't have this. I don't have that stuff installed over there. Whatever. So yeah, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. I'll see what I have installed on my main machine. I'll sort of install it over there. Bunch of load stores again. JSR already here. No, that's another. Son of a. That's over here. All right. E1B2. What is, pray tell, E1B2? E1 is, wait for V blank. Okay. E1B2, FDS, wait for V blank. We got a little bit up here. I think for Korean and traditional Chinese, you need to install another one, which is, I don't know which. Yeah, I think I have those installed on my main machine. So like I said, I'll figure out what I have installed on my main machine. I'll get that over there. Yeah. Yeah. All right, where the? That's not what I wanted. Oh. Foreground that, thank you. Clear out that one. Thank you. So he's, I'm using that now, I think. I'm using Streamlabs overlay, not the Stream Elements. Maybe? I think I'm using Streamlabs overlay. No. That wouldn't really affect the font stuff, by the way, though, I don't think. Miniran, I hate underspecified assignment tasks. We had to do a DPLL solver, logic solver, okay, for a class, and on the coming Friday, we'll have a competition to see who's the fastest and the like. I was basically done after a week. That was 4 weeks ago. I kept on adding nice to haves, like reading folders, specifying a solving strategy, etc., etc. Did you miss like a large portion of the requirement or something? No. Swell your own funds. Yeah, you can add the CSS and OBS and import a web form from Google too, I suppose. Yeah, I'll just install it on the system, on the OS. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll whatever. What? Why is it doing it this way? No. 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 Oh yeah, Pennsylvania is north enough to get hammered with snow. That's fine. I specified the input for the competition, and they just said, yeah, we'll give the input as a command line argument as a string because file reading can be hard. What? I have to redo my entire logic now. Pass strings into the file now, but still hell annoying. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah. For the pressure of the Gulf Stream not collapsing in winter. Compared to 0, branch to here. Branch not equal. If it is 0, over here. What the fuck is this actually doing? Because eventually it jumps to that. This here. Eventually it jumps here. Maybe, well, maybe not. That might actually be data. That might be just straight up data, actually. Yeah, and that's why this makes me think it's data, because there's like a bunch of knops in a row, and then branch equal, break, DF, branch equal. Yeah, so a lot of this probably data. All this shit's probably data here. Hang on. Also, Sudo was impressed and confused for me using Golang because we expected everyone just to use script languages like Python and Elixir. What? Fuck that noise. You want it fast, you get a compiled language. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, so this until the end, I'm gonna just say is data. Start 7F39, ending at 7FFE byte table. Yeah. One speed Python loops. Yeah. Elixir. Oh god, there's more of it. This is that loop. The original copy loop. Free copy loop. Free copy loop. There it goes. Why is that not cool? Because there's an underscore in that. That's why. No, there's dashes. That's free copy loop. And some more data. From probably here. That is 7DF1. And ends on 7EFE. Yeah. No, it's just waiting. It's just it's an opcode that doesn't do anything. That's all it is. Zig. People actually use Zig? I don't know. My spirit code, yeah. Sorry to pose, how you doing, by the way? Welcome. What the fuck are these? What? What? No. No, that's gotta be data, right? Because that doesn't make any sense. It looks like VRAM struct data. Yeah. For the FDS, right? Where is this here? No, no, we can't. We cannot vibe anything. Okay, size, big Indian. Go to hell. Length of data, 0 means length of 64. What? Copy fill, increment, copy data. Okay, so we're just gonna say that all that is data. Start 7db2 end $ 7dc8 8 type byte table. Fuck it. Now, it's both data and code, specifically tile data with code in it that gets copied and executed by other. Oh God, right. Hey, this disassembler is too good for self-modifying code. We could just vibe it and get even worse results. Yeah. Yeah. God, this again. Oh, son of a bitch. Byte B2. So that screws up these guys. Oh my God. Range. Oh, let's go this guy, put it there. Range. It's gonna be 79B. 9B end. 70B1. Why didn't you do that right? Nothing's actually loading those directly. Okay, if I'm coding shit, yeah. Had to use AI to debug debug an issue in the depot server I had. It took 3 days, constantly reminding of what works and what didn't work, and replacing most of my original logic with flawed logic. Could have debugged it myself 10 times faster. Yeah. This has parts of self-modifying code. There's so much self-modifying code in here. So much of it. It starts out... Hang on. So the name of this file, file for post copy. That's because this is the code that is jumped into immediately after it's loaded by the FDS BIOS, right? It's entered into right over here. Entry. Okay. So we're gonna load up a thing, store it there, load up 0, we're starting a loop. Oh fuck, we're already, what is this notation, right? What? Increment the address we're loading from, and increment the address we're saving to. Right here. The first thing it does is drop into a self-modifying code loop. The very first thing it does. And then after this, it jumps to that code, which is down here. Mostly modifying absolute addresses and instruction arguments, which isn't too bad. Still annoying to reverse. Yeah. E7BB is the BIOS routine for writing the aforementioned VRAM struct data. What was the E7BB? Okay. So like write VRAM data? Sure. Does this have inline arguments? Are these inline? What was the address again? E7BB. Why is that in here? Does the BIOS get loaded into RAM from the BIOS ROM? Not the FDS BIOS, no. Harvey says, "I put so much money into it. We can't get fired now." Oh god. 2 bytes pointer to VRAM struct. Got it. Okay. What was the param size? Okay. Okay. That's not enough RAM for a BIOS shadowing. No. Ahmed, how you doing? Welcome. Bon Mass. Am I saying that right? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What am I working on? I'm working on some reverse engineering of some bizarre Famicom disk system hardware. I feel like I have to sneeze again. It's like right behind my fucking nose. So yeah, so I am having a look at basically a dump of a Famicom disk system disk that was created kind of weird. So this thing, the device I am working with on whatever is this thing. So we've got our Famicom right here. We've got our the Famicom disk system disk drive at the bottom. The disk system RAM adapter up top. A random Famicom cartridge. And then there's this hunk of metal, which is the Souseiki Fammy. Basically, this thing lets you take a ROM cartridge and save it to a floppy disk, as well as play that back from the disk. So what I'm doing is I didn't use the cartridge in the picture only because I grabbed this one first. Looks like a drill battery. Kinda, yeah. So what I'm doing is I took a what's it? a cartridge image or dump of this myself. I've got dumper hardware over here. And then I copied this using this hardware to a disk. This one specifically. I overwrote some Ultraman stuff. Don't worry, I backed it up before I overwrote it. And then I made sure it worked, right? Worked beautifully on hardware. So then I took an image of this disk, dumped that, and now I'm going through the code on here to see how it gets it to work. Yeah, disassembling and reading it. Yeah, it's still assembly. Yeah. So yeah, this pulls some shenanigans bullshit because this cartridge expects to run at a certain address, based on a certain address, right? The disk system takes over a bunch of that address space that this normally runs in. So this system right here has to do some address manipulation shenanigans to get this ROM working correctly, and get the ROM running as if it weren't running off of a disk, essentially, right? So we're going through some of the bootstrap code, right? So, FDS list, Souseiki Fammy .this. Okay, so these are the files on the disk. This top one here is something that is on basically all Famicom disk system disks. It's the title screen kind of disclaimer thing. Fine. This right here is the image, the character data, the CHR data for the cartridge. These two lines are the actual program data from the ROM, but weird. Don't worry about it. And then this right here is essentially the bootstrap. This is the code that we're going through right now, that sets everything up to get the cartridge code to run correctly. Making me feel young again. Oh, it's shenanigans. Yep. How you doing, by the way? Cammy Moop? Am I saying that right? You know your hardware, it's fine. Well, a bunch of other people came in too, so I figured I'd explain it real well. So far this has been a journey of me figuring out how the hell the disk system works in general, because the Souseiki Fammy builds on top of that and pulls some bullshit. Pulls all kinds of bullshit. Yeah, and here it's jumping into some Famicom disk system code, right? But eventually it has to run the game. Does it enhance the disassembly for reassembly like enabling disk system's enhanced sound? No, it does literally none of that. I've already diffed the binary actually from the cartridge and the code on the floppy, and it's an exact one-to-one copy. There's no changes at all to the code here, which means in order for this code to run, the hardware has to pull some bullshit to shuffle around addresses. Just access ROM addresses, yeah. Nowadays everything is everything has to be horribly abstracted to hell. Yeah. Well, we're doing some weird abstraction remapping bullshit with this, and we're trying to figure out what the fuck it's doing. Number one, and how and all that kind of crap, right? So I'm basically going through and just like starting to like figure out where to put things, or you know, where the code is and where it isn't and all that kind of crap, right? Oh, I changed it to 50. That's not what I wanted. Make. That's not it. Make. There we go. A little further out now. Yeah. The problem is when the specification of a system abstracts specifics away. Small talk. Trying to put away one of my monitors to go to Germany tomorrow. To my new temporary place. Just so I can get 3 pay slips. There's a lot of landlords in Germany have this requirement if you want to rent a place. What the hell? So you have to move into a temporary place, get paid 3 times, and then you're able to move into a new place? Jesus. You can't just open a list and enter every language user right now. What? Yeah, that sounds unbelievably roundabout, Joe Mega. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Royal pain in the ass. And I have lost track of where I was walking through. Entry? No. Paging the level among people that elected JavaScript/Python to be the most used language everywhere. Yeah, I hate JavaScript. I do not want to touch JavaScript or TypeScript or whatever the fuck. I don't want to touch it. Same thing with Python. Although Python to a lesser extent, right? I've written Python myself years ago. Like, it was my quote-unquote main language for a little while. I don't use it anymore though, because it's bitten me too many times. Yeah, nice to write, hell to maintain. Exactly. It was nice when I was writing the things, but when I had to maintain that code, I learned Go instead. Like, legitimately, that is why I learned Golang. Is because Python was being a little bitch and wouldn't do what I wanted it to do. And maintaining it was becoming really difficult. So I jumped ship to Golang. Undefined behavior bandwagon. I wanted to learn JavaScript to check out if my check out my list, and first thing I got is the fucking soft function. Like, the person who wrote sort this way into JavaScript should be be taken out back. Yeah, still need JavaScript to load the WASM. Yeah. Not really who are blind Python? What do you mean blind Python, huh? Yeah, I remember back when we started the movie night code. The chat client in the web browser was written in WASM, or compiled to WASM rather. Written in Go, compiled to WASM. Still needed a fuckload of JavaScript to get the damn thing loaded. Type syntax so it makes it hard for people who are blind or visually impaired to write. Ah. I suppose. That's not why I hate it, though. Alright. God fucking damn it. Right, because it does something else for 7800. Python. Wait, what? Nothing's loaded there. I was telling someone yesterday that my answer to people who tell me that Python is the most used language in AI is if it was written in Python, Tesla cars would have ran into the Chinese wall by the time object detection finished computing. Oh. Found a new thing, Twitch filters. Uh-oh. Using whitespace as a replacement for proper syntax in a language is a crime in itself. Not only that, but it's significantly harder to parse. Run my DSL with tabs, and parsing that was a nightmare. Fast Python looks like this. Call C library. Yeah. Welcome, by the way, Brett. How you doing? The reason that this is the case of the AI wishers use Python because they're nice math libs, and it's easy to learn. Basically, we are suffering from I was too lazy to learn a proper language. Yeah. From what I understand, Python is a fantastic glue language for running C libraries. Yeah, the nice math libs are written in fucking C or C++, aren't they? Like NumPy? No. Is it written in Fortran? Is it really? Hang on. I thought it was C. Library for the Python programming language added support large. Yeah, okay. No, written in Python and C. This isn't written in Fortran. Notation metrics package completed by Jim Fulton generalized. Okay, with influences from APL family languages, Basis, MATLAB, Fortran, SNS Plus, and others. Okay, the implementation was influenced by Fortran. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. In the array, for n-dimensional array data structure, these arrays are strided views in memory. Okay. In contrast to Python's built-in data list structure, these arrays are homogeneously typed. All elements of a single array must be the same type. Such arrays can also be views into memory buffers allocated by C, C++, Python, and Fortran extensions to the C Python interpreter without the need to copy data around. Given degree compatibility with existing numerical libraries, this functionality is exploited by the SciPy package, which wraps a number of such libraries. Huh. Do you know that first compiler that gets written for new hardware? Do you know that the first compiler that gets written for new hardware is Fortran, not even C? Is it really? Right, I can't stand weak typing. I cannot stand weak typing. At first, like when early on in my programming career, I was doing everything with interpreted languages and weak typed languages. Python, Perl, fucking PHP, all the P's. They're all weak typed, right? And then I learned like C# along the way somewhere. It didn't like grab me, right? But then Python pissed me off enough that I learned Go, and Go is a strongly typed language. And now I do not want to type anything in a weak type language. Can force types of use classes, but it's not required. Is the point, Luke? Yeah, it's a band-aid. It is absolutely band-aid. Not type coercion, but it's the type hints or some bullshit, right? I think when did this start? added? When because that's not... Wasn't that, like, added to the language at one point? Version 3.5? Yeah, okay. I started writing Python before that. So, I didn't have that. Another reason is Fortran pointers are restrict or non-overlapping by default and not in C, which C has to deal with explicitly. E.g., a memcomp becomes memmove. Uh-huh. So I try to make a clone of a variable in Python? I don't think I want to. Strong types of my friends, so just strong typing is who I'm stuck with. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the stuff I'm working with at work is weak, very weak types, kind of. There's really only like 2 types in PLB, the language I work with at work, my day job. Fixed with strings and numbers. Well, and files, I guess, if file handles, if you can consider that a type. Fortran basically has additional type information not available in C to allow more optimization. Oh. Goes a strong type language, but we're gonna be asked about public function capitalization. Use different syntax for text variables depending on the place. Yeah, well. Everything's a string type, you know. Yeah, I've come to like the public function capitalization, right? So even like not in Go, I'll use that same syntax. Strong type, everything's a string. God. Haskell. 2 types: fixed with strings and fixed with strings that are constrained to be only digits. Yeah. Yeah. Python IDSL for C, C++, and Rust libraries. Stringly typed. Yeah. God. Yeah, so there's one thing that bit me in the ass not too long ago with PLB. It was the edit command, which is basically your string format, right? So in Go, you've got this kind of shit, right? A thing, whatever, a format, and then this format can be all kinds of whatever the hell's, right? There's a whole list of like what that can be. In PLB, they take that number format thing and do it just fucking wrong. The programming language and programming language for business, it's all of it. Try the TCL language, not existence of types whatsoever. Oh my god. What is with floats? They're not only digits, same with negatives. What? Oh, with Haskell. Switch on having been explained Haskell to me from the ground up with lambda calculus. Ugh. But never learned the concept of monads, which bites me in the ass now. Never got around to really use Haskell because of that. Yeah. Can I ask if you use a green screen or just a filter? Curious about how people get the only person visible. Yeah, you can actually kind of see artifacts of a green screen right there. Yeah, I've got a green screen. Yep, that's how that works. What? That's the wrong one. Oh, this one. Why is PLB all uppercase? Because it's screaming at you. Yeah, no worries. Faisula? Am I saying that right? Welcome, by the way. How you doing? Nice back. Oh, all this stuff. I got a bunch of shit in here. You can see my Famicom here, my stream machine monitor, a tube TV, a light, another light. Don't worry about that. That's not even on. That's a Unix system. That's a Power 3, I think, Unix system. I don't know. It doesn't work right now, but I haven't. I'll get around to fixing that eventually. I don't know. One of these days. One of these days. AIX, yes, an AIX Unix system. Like a mini fridge? Yeah, it weighs about the same too. Oh, yeah, and the audio setup over here. A lot of my stuff is outboard. So my mic goes into an outboard mixer, or rather into a compressor, and then the mixer, and then that's fed into some other stuff. 100X, how you doing? What's the? I understood some of those words. Jeez, what the fuck? It's so old that being able to use lowercase wasn't reliably available. Yep. It was originally used to separate the waters above the heavens from the waters below the heavens. Yeah, maybe I might get around to it. I don't know. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I'm starting a new position using AIX. Isn't it any different from Linux? It is different, yes. It's different in the most frustrating ways. Oh, let me clarify. The AIX that I have experience with is older AIX from like early 2000. So version 5 dot whatever and 6 dot whatever. I think they're up to like 9 right now. So I didn't have the luxury of using Bash. I had KSH, which, funnily enough, is why I use Vim input or V input for my terminal now. A lot of make and all that kind of stuff, where I can, go around with Vim keys. Yeah. I've heard this joke 3 times, but it was only actually told once, since it's pure joke result. The result was cached. God damn it. At least gonna be using the latest ones. Okay, there you go. I mean, it's proper Unix. There's going to be some weird gotchas for a lot of things, but for the most part, if you can use Linux, you can use AI. You can use AIX. Yeah. AIX is Unix. Linux is not. Yeah. Linux is Unix-like. Unix is actually a trademark that you have to pay a fee to call yourself a Unix system. So, no. Advanced Interactive Executive Operating System. Executive, yeah. Linux is Unix compatible. For the most part, yeah. Yeah, that's the whole, like, POSIX compatibility stuff. Yeah. Well, KSH horrifies me. I'm not a fan of KSH. Even POSIX compliant. Don't even pedantic. GNU/Linux. AT&T and Bell allows you to make money somehow after Plan 9 failed horribly. Yeah. Oh no, poor AT&T and Bell Labs. What's this about threading turtle languages? Shut up. But yeah, so I actually have. This is not the only Unix machine I have. I have 2 more in the other room inside of a rack. Those ones are 4U rack mounts. Those are the newer ones that I have. Those are Power 4, I think. So I think this is Power 3. I've got AIX 5 dot, I think 5.3 on one of them. And the other one I've tried to get Linux on a few times, and I think FreeBSD. But for whatever the fuck reason, I couldn't boot the install software. Annoying as hell. At that time, Bell Labs was the Fortune 500 combined. Yeah, place we want to work at. Mm-hmm. Is that why people don't like System D? Oh, Linux is mostly Unix compatible, but slowly becoming ever less so. System D. System D is like a big monolith, right? I mean, I get why there's a push for it. I'm not entirely happy with it, but I understand it. I'm running it here. I get it. It makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, it's your system management suite, I guess. Kind of not. It's more of a collection of programs than one big monolith. I guess, but it's like an ecosystem, right? Yeah. It's a system ecosystem. Yeah. Maybe hot take. I'd rather have System D, but mostly working than not having it and having to constantly babysit 20 different programs with their own bugs, update cycles, which break compatibility between them, etc. Again, like, I may not particularly enjoy all of System D, but I'm not going to go out of my way to not use it. You know? Parmesan latest rant about Google buying WebP format and then not even supporting it in their own products. I hate WebP because nothing fucking supports it. It isn't like, yeah, isn't JPEG XL like the better format that, again, no one fucking supports? Also playing the French phrase, a person's ability to quickly adapt to improvise in the face of problems. I wonder if that's true. I don't know about that. WebM, though. Yeah. Every browser now supports JPEG XL. Okay, well, that's browsers. What about supplementary programs like this program right here, my random ass, you know, image viewer? Does this have okay. Is that what you use to view, scroll through images, and can be used to run a slideshow of images, open images of the application. The image types supported are supported by that library. This library itself supports a number of basic image types: JPEG, PNG, TIFF, etc. It then relies on optional libraries to extend the range of supported image types. Means that you'll have to install the libraries yourself to extend the range of types supported. Okay, so in theory, yeah. All right. That's good to know. Use just the front end? Yeah. So yeah, I've got to, if I don't have it installed already, I'd have to install that library. Isn't WebP basically just a single frame video? Probably. I think it uses like a video format for the image compression. Fliff is a JavaScript to canvas renderer. What the fuck? No, get out of here. AVIF format. Is that an image format too? So many things wrong with System D when viewed from a Unix perspective. That said, I don't obsessively try to avoid it. Yeah. Yeah. XFCE is cool sometimes. Yeah, XFCE gets out of my way, and that's what I want it for. Yeah. I don't need to obsessively try to avoid System D. Just use OpenRC profile in Gen 2. Gen 2. Would you want to use System D? Not a cool programmer that uses Windows, which for some reason starts 5.5 thousand software threads at startup. Honestly, I remember when PNG wasn't supportive of everything. The Dark Ages. Yeah, APNG still isn't supportive of everything. Animated PNGs. Listen. I'm the one sitting here with 3 separate servers, really, that run AIX, and a free BSD machine, and I've got bare circuit boards just lying around. Which, by the way, isn't even the only bare circuit board I have lying around. And yes, I have more than one of them. Don't worry about it. You just write your own OS from scratch. Yeah. Fliff development has stopped since Fliff is superseded by Fwiff, and then again by JPEG XL, which is based on a combination of Pick and Fwiff. Oh, well, there you go. Why don't you use an OS? This has to deal with managed memory, the source of all of our problems. Please allow me to assure you the lack of memory management is one of my current problems. I'm not sure I'd rather make a brittle shell script for sysvnet that breaks differently on every platform than a .service file. Did I ever manage to fit? No, I haven't gotten to the point of like, what's it? Reproducing this on this one's issue on other hardware, which, by the way, right now, I can actually show you the error I'm getting. So this was an error that I've seen in the ROM, but I didn't think was an error that I could get on hardware. Let's see if it wants to cooperate today. Not yet. I didn't plug it in all the way, that's why. Yeah, this error right here. I didn't think that this error could be triggered on hardware. I saw this error in software. I could trigger it in the emulator by doing some memory manipulation crap, but I didn't think that this error still could be triggered on hardware. I found that out, I don't know, a few weeks ago. Yeah. As I keep saying, the two hardest problems in computing are naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Since you let go, I would advise you check out Odin. It's manual memory managed. I don't care to manually manage my memory. I don't want to do that. Why would I want to do that? I don't want to do that. What does that error mean? That error is basically, hey, plug in. You plug in the power. You forgot the power. Except if I have one of these, don't plug the power in. I just plug the device in, turn it on. You can't see anything yet. Oh, look, I don't get that error message. I've determined so far that it's because this board, the I/O board, isn't communicating properly with this board, the tape board, the one that actually has the tape on it. The tape drive, right? That guy. I haven't confirmed this yet fully because I want to reproduce it on some other hardware I have. I don't want to use this one, though. I'll use one of my other ones. Don't worry about it. Scope creep? Yeah. Yeah, scope creep. All right. Put that over there without breaking it. No. Off by one invalid. Scope off by one invalidation. Yeah. Oh, I'm already on the right screen. All right. Best thing without a spec. Anyway, where the hell was I? Over here. No spec, not for me. Let me grab some more water. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere yet. Okay. All right. Okay. That's what this is. Okay, JSR here. C0. That's a what's it? Register for this, isn't it? I got this neat thing on. Maybe? Oh, I was just gonna sit there again. Oh, fuck. Thank you for that, so appreciate it.
Hacker man. He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
Go to the source code. I've had too much of that. Also, side effects for him compiler interpreter morphine. Yeah. Okay. So this guy, label, adder, 4C00, name, SF, 4C00. What does that do? I don't know. Nope, nope, not the store. I don't want to look at that. Gansey Chai. Alright, so it goes between 14 and 0. Where else is this? Load up this. 4C? Load, load, load. Okay. 4C, 14 and 0. 0, 14, and then 4C. And then C is that, right? Is that what C is? Ah, I was right. Awesome. Did I get 4 correct? Oh my god. I did that in my head. Ah. I'll be going. All right, Jim. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Safe travels. For features and libraries that will be implemented in the next 30 years. Soon, speaking in hex. I doubt that, but sure. Okay. God damn it. Foreground. Thank you. And it jumps here again. Yep, okay. So 14 is written written before jump to ROM. Yeah. We're trying to file GCC and I have serious disagreements there. Matches backwards compatibility greater than anything else. Yeah, about that. That's why such an upgrade to previous user. So the C++, the GCC version that is currently on my Unix system, is fucking ancient. And I wanted to upgrade that to current GCC. So I figured, all right, I'll just download the current source, put that in the server, and compile it with the GCC I have. Try to compile it, freaks the fuck out. Dies and burns and crashes and burns. What the fuck? Look it up. In order to compile current GCC, the oldest version you can is version whatever. I look at that version number, and the version number I have. The version number I have is older. Shit. All right, so this old version, I need to build. So I grab the source code for that. You need at least this version to build this. Shit, that's still too new. So I need to find an even older one and build that. And once that didn't work, I'm like, fuck it, I give up. Yeah, it was the bootstrapping problem. And then I found out that the newest version of GCC apparently doesn't support that hardware or something. I don't know. There's some C++ features or whatever that just don't support the hardware that I have, or something. I don't know. Who compiles the compilers? Yeah, basically. Yeah, I had to attempt to bootstrap a compiler. By the way, that bootstrapping nightmare for GCC was so I could try and get Go on there. Because to bootstrap Go, you need GCC. But a new version of GCC. Fucking bootstrapping all the way down. Such a pain in the ass. They can't just LVM Go for that platform? Should have used Clang. I don't know if that'll work for that. Clang Power 4. Does it even support that? Clang Power Tools. Is that what I need to look at? A tool bringing Clang Tidy Magic to Visual Studio C++ developers. No! Clang. Architecture list. Print targets. Starting with Clang 11, the list of supported target architectures can be handily printed using the newly added print targets flag. PowerPC 32 and PowerPC 64. Okay. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. I experienced the exact same shit with Clang and GCC trying to compile on Ubuntu. Really? Oh my god. Like a current version of Ubuntu? Is Go written in C? Go is bootstrapped in C. So in order to get your minimal Go compiler, there's a little bit of C code. There's a C compiler. Right, a C-based compiler. Yeah, No. Bootstrap? What? Was this it? It's not a web framework generates skeleton web project. No! Golang compiler bootstrapping. So I'll go from source. Okay. Install Go compiler binaries for Bootstrap. The Go toolchain is written in Go. To build it, you need a Go compiler installed. The scripts that do the initial build of the tools look for a Go command and path. So as long as you have Go installed in your system and configure your path, you're ready to build Go from source. Or if you prefer, you can set Go root Bootstrap. Sure. Your version of Go required depends on the target version of Go. Okay, so current Go, or whatever. Going forward, Go version 1.n will require a Go 1.m compiler, where m is the n-2 rounded down to the... What the fuck? Example, Go 1.24 and 1.25 require Go 2.22. Oh, boy. Anyway, so Go, AC toolchain. There are 4 possible ways to bootstrap a toolchain. Download recent binary release of Go. Carlos compile. Use GCC Go. Compile a toolchain from Go 1.4. The last Go release with a compiler written in C. Bootstrap C. What does that mean? First compiling C and then using the binary to build Go? Yes. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Not all PowerPC 64 is the same. There's what's the Mac before they switched to Intel, IBM Power architecture, and probably targets Power 8 now. Yeah, so I get that. Yeah, so that's the caveat that I'd have to check for. Yeah. SBCL project went to a lot of people to make it possible to do a clean build from other common Lisp implementations. Huh? N-2, but only on a full moon. Otherwise, N-3. Yeah, right. Couldn't you set a Go Arch for your platform and compile it to a newer on a newer computer? Yes, if that architecture existed. That version and architecture, the OS and architecture existed together. From what I remember, my specific combination does not. I tried that. Hang on. Was it this? I think this is a bunch of my attempt for that. In here. But for some reason it didn't work. I don't remember why. But it just straight up didn't fucking work. Here's the GCC stuff. Yeah. Here I am downloading GCC 4.8.5 and 4.8.3 and... Oh. Bushback? What? So you need 3 steps to get from 1.4 to latest. At least once you compile 1.4. I guess. Over the API for the vector system. Oh, what? But yeah, I'm not doing that shit tonight. I'm not doing that tonight. All right, where these other ones? Load that. That. What? Is this more fucking self-modifying code? What is A9? What the fuck is A9? Where is my goddamn... This one. That's load immediate. They should have known about the 40 years of development experience before time. Right ahead of time, yeah. You have to go from 1.4 to 1.17 to 1.20 to get the latest version starting with the Seek pilot. Something like that. Yeah. Something along those lines, yeah. All right. All right. Where am I here? 7D29. To C. Wait. To C. Okay, so that's the end of that other range. 7D9B. That's down there. Okay, so we're going to go down to here, 7DB1 as code. Oh, that's here. What? 7DB1. There we go. More self-modify. Let's go! Managed to segfault my G++ compiler because I used modules. It literally just said segmentation fault without any logs or where the error was. Oh. Oh. God. So, thankfully, it doesn't run anymore, but at work, there was some code that if there was some incorrect user input, the PLB runtime would crash. Not the PLB program running, the runtime that is executing the program crashes. The guy was doing some memory manipulation bullshit in a pre-allocated memory language. Yeah. C++ already changed and depreciated code before, deprecated. We could just modify the implementation and old code would have worked for people. More people would have changed it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like backwards compatibility stuff that I just some of it I'm just like, can we just like set a date and cut off everything before this and say if you still do this stuff you're on your fucking own. Like we're not supporting fucking MS-DOS anymore. Go to hell. Right? Yeah. Python 2. A rip? Yeah. Is that a problem if the runtime is a shift level, there's loader as a part of the program, not hosting many programs though? Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean the PLB thing that I was talking about? That crashed? No, that was specific to that one application because he was doing some weird memory management bullshit and like he was creating new variables at runtime, which is not a PLB thing. That's a extension that Sunbelt does, and is highly discouraged to use because it does absolutely no bounds checking. So he was trying to make a variable with a negative size. So that didn't work, obviously. I don't expect you to appreciate the elegance of PA risk segmented memory model, but at least let the compiler support it. Why is this incremented? Why the fuck are the addresses to PPUs? What the fuck? What? Huh? Why? Okay, so load 0, store that there. What? Okay, so this becomes 2000. And then it loads 0 and stores 0 into 2000 twice. So it turns off all this shit. Sure. Loads 2000. Fuck you. No. 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 Stores that where? I don't know where. Because this is modified after the routine. What the shit? No, before the routine. Oh, God. The routine's right there. Oh, that's a loop. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I drank 8 Red Bulls. See a doctor. See a doctor. I can't help you. All right, this one is 78.8. Name 78.8. Loop. That's not a loop, actually. No. 78.3. That's not a 3. Rip your livery, all right? I'm dying. What the fuck do you want me to do? I can't do anything. I can't drive you to the hospital. What do you want me to do? Better than English, at least. Depends on who you ask, I think, on that one. I want to, like... Okay, so... Let's make those, like, a different kind of label. 7D88 is going to be CV code variable 7D88. Yeah, that'll work. I went to a responsible lunch and I drank like around 12 over the 3 days ago. Yeah, over 3 days. Okay. Not great for you, but that won't kill you anyway. Probably. 7D, 7.5. A factor of 20 difference, yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, let's find these other ones that are doing that bullshit, the modifying code stuff, and rename those. Yeah, these guys here. 7C6B. Oops, 7C6B. And 6C. The urge. Can I agree that Java 8 is the best? Them fighting words. All right, next one. 7F and 80. Succeed. 7F and 80. Some languages are fastest and more easy to work with and get results with, while yet others have pre-existing libraries you can take advantage of that the rest don't. Use case dependent, yeah. Use case dependent. Make. What? Hard to find. Oh, because I didn't change these. 80 and then 7F. C with classes. And then 8C and 8D. What? God damn it. Tabs versus spaces. Eric, how you doing? Is this my NES emulator? It is not right now. No. This is technically that code, I think. Yeah, this is part of the memory manager stuff. I'm not working on that tonight. The emulator itself, that's this stuff here. I am reverse engineering, attempting to do some reverse engineering anyway, on some Souseiki Fammy hardware, software, technically. Yeah, disassembling some stuff. Died of seizing animals. I'm not reading those paragraphs, by the way, guys. I'm not reading those paragraphs. Let's see, E2. I don't know. 7C, E2, and E5. E2 and E5. Alright, where's some more? There's another one. God, this shit is absolutely everywhere, you know? 7D2E. Two E, and 3B. USB. Do that again. USB in a nutshell. Yeah. Any more of these? I mean, yeah, but I don't care about these in this particular code right now. I'm considering inventing my own 16-bit instruction set for a game, but I don't know. Oh, ooh, okay. This connection fits in the nutshell. It's in the nutshell having it turn upside down 3 times. So it's a future me kind of problem. What kind of problem are you having? What? Oh, the whether or not you want the 16-bit instruction set for a game. What? So like a runtime script kind of thing? What are you trying to do? Whether you want to invent... Ah. Yeah. Well, I would say, like, is it really required? Is it really required? Because then you gotta, like, you know, have the runtime or whatever, the compiler or what have you, and then you gotta have the runtime that actually runs it, and... A lot of work. Just like C++. All right. I would really like this to like actually work in at least a little bit in Messen. What is the 58. 5800. Messen. It's gonna be in the core somewhere, probably. NES. Where would FDS loader? Maybe? If I do that, it's a gap. No. I'm not sure that the rest of the FDS file is on the disk as is. What? Rebuild FDS file. What? What the fuck? FDS on it. So, okay. Actually puts a the header on it. Yeah, maybe. No. What the hell? This format, okay. Use QD format. Oh, this actually supports the QD format. Nice. Nice. Professionals with fitting me best in facts. Ha! What design? Yeah. Yeah, I work with PLB at work, and that's not a designed language, let alone well designed. Yeah, and I'm not reading through that argument. I'm not doing that, so. There isn't an easy way just to add more RAM to the emulator, is there? And say, hey, we need to start at this address instead. I'm not familiar enough with Messen's back end. Fake this. What the fuck? What in the fuck? If not use QD format, write this random ass CRC. Huh? I tried downloading more. No. Yeah, well, the idea is I want to tell the emulator, no, the disk system really starts at this address range. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's the loader is just the ROM itself. I guess. I don't know, wait. This is okay. This is for loading the ROMs. Okay, that's not what I want. I don't want the loaders. What is it, mapper? What's the study box is? FDS. Okay, maybe here. What the fuck? Appreciate that. You need the mapper to adjust the RAM bank. Yeah. Audio buttons, mod channel, FDS CPP. Berg size. Replace PHP ROM data with FDS BIOS if available. Otherwise, set an empty 8K block. Okay. Firmware helper. Load FDS firmware. Okay. Register memory. Okay. Settings. Get NS config. Get CPU. Memory manager. FDS BIOS. CPU memory mapping. That. Work RAM. Can I just add another bank here? Do I have to do anything weird? Hang on. The fuck? Oh, right. Right. Okay. Already up to date. Okay. We're gonna run. You know, I put that back in there. Okay. 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 So this is in core NES mappers FDS. Okay. Tmux. CD core NES mappers FDS. FDS.cpp. Vim that, please and thank you. Yoink, paste. Souseiki Fammy at 5.8. Was it? 5800. All right, and we're gonna butt that right up against that. So that's gonna be 5FFF. We're just gonna try it. Fuck it. We're just gonna try it. If this just works, by the way, I'm gonna be very surprised. Very surprised. I mean, it doesn't have the registers, but whatever, it's fine. Error? What? The fuck you mean project file does not exist? Huh? Inadequate. Remake fucking everything. Just go. .net. Fucking .net. Son of a bastard from Microsoft. So the system we're still at a level where memory times were humanly comprehensible. It's still possible to understand how a system works. Nowadays, there's too many abstraction layers to fully comprehend what is really happening. Flashbacks when I accidentally RM'd one of my C++ files. Well, this is all in Git, so I don't have to really worry about that too much. Yeah. Remake everything! Yeah. Rebuild the universe! Yeah, the make file in this project is not great. I mean, Sour doesn't develop on Linux, so whatever. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he just like fires up a VM to build from scratch every time. So the incremental builds aren't exactly fleshed out. Yeah. Remember before I knew about Git, scary at simpler times. Flashback to when I accidentally trashed a directory cluster and parts of the fat table. How did you fuck up that bad? What? What? I hate CMake. I do not like CMake. I don't like it. Does he not just use GitHub? It might be a GitHub Action thing that he uses. So the make file works well enough for those, which starts with a clean slate every time anyway. So it rebuilds everything anyway. Yeah. You may need to adjust some other parts to avoid this just mapping the same memory back into both places. It's been a while since I looked at the mappers, and I'm kind of falling through the most. Yeah, no worries. I might be able to just fucking change the start, actually, now that I think about it, to 5800. I don't know. We're going to try this, though, see what happens. See what breaks. Yeah. I'm starting a VM86-based DOS extender. I screwed up the I/O emulation. Ooh, okay, yep. It's convenient until you need to change something. A bonus point if Famicom was generated by some other build tool. Yes, that's been my struggle. Is it's specifically actually with compiling OBS. There was some like other library or some bullshit that like wasn't the right version or some shit. Wouldn't compile. I don't fucking know. I don't know. The way it was set up just fucking broke. You build the library individually, it worked fine. Trying to build it as part of OBS, everything broke because fuck you. Opta, how you doing? What is it I'm building? I'm building Messen 2. Because I fucked with it a little bit. I added one line that allegedly adds more RAM to the thing. So we'll see. Let's see how it breaks. How many layers of build tools are there? Are you on right now? A few. So it's going through Make. It's gonna launch the .NET stuff in a little bit. Yeah. Only Mac and Windows though. Yeah, so I've had all kinds of pain building OBS. So right now my stream machine is Arch, right? It used to be Debian. Now the thing with Debian is it moves slower than other distributions. So I was trying to build from source OBS on Debian. Except the newest version of OBS requires shit that doesn't build on the current version of Debian. And I'm like, I don't like that. Yeah, so that's the thing. OBS uses Chromium. It's the web source thing, right? So the standard build for Debian doesn't fucking have that installed or some shit, right? Or the default build configuration doesn't build that. They don't have pre-built. They do, but it doesn't have that. It doesn't have the browser plugin. So getting the browser plugin working and building is a royal pain in the ass. And then there was something else that I forget what it was. There was another library somewhere. Yeah. The fact that we can have a conversation while compile some debug build or whatever is proof enough that software nowadays is shit. I don't know. It certainly is a code base, yeah. Browser source wasn't supported on Linux back then. Yeah. I think now the reason it's not on Debian is like licensing bullshit. It's not on Debian standard or whatever the fuck. Yeah. For Mac and Windows, you can just download the Ceph binaries from Spotify. Spotify. Actually, is that where you download it from? I don't remember. Look, man, NixOS building sucks ass, but as soon as someone gets it working, you can just use what they did, and it actually just works. Just let someone else do the work, and then it'll just work. Jackboy does 280,000 lines of code in under 2 seconds. Okay. Part of a project a while ago where we had to use one of those fancy build tools that does all the bells and whistles for a fucking C project. The build took ages, was terrible, and generated makefile was unreadable. Oh god. Yeah. Chrome embedded framework. This is Spotify built for their app. Yes. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So it's not Electron or whatever. It's their own build of Chrome essentially to embed it into other things. Got it. I never knew what it actually stood for. I just knew it was Chrome. This was before Electron was made. Oh. No, I ended up building the next version of OBS and it took forever and worked first try. I forget what hoops I had to jump through. It was a pain in the ass. Eventually I just installed Arch and said, fuck you! What do you mean? Is this because I'm not using the correct build thing? Mayuri, how you doing? Am I saying that right? Yeah, I'm doing all right. All's UI run. Okay, UI. Called twice because the first call copies native libraries to the bin folder, which need to be included in dependencies.zip. Don't run with AOT flags the first time to reduce build duration. What the fuck? No, what are dependencies? Okay, but I don't care about the dependencies, honestly. What the fuck is the out folder? Release folder. Bin. Okay, that was built today. So what the? Oh my god. Okay. Execute anything from 8,000 to DFFF, I think, right? Okay. I don't need that anymore. Delete that. Load 28. Store there. Sure. Load X. Load A. It's going to be 5,000. It's got to be 5,000. Nine. Damn it. Okay. Well, is that what it, okay. Is that yes, it loaded it in. Okay. Okay. I need more RAM, but that actually worked. What the fuck? But let me set that to 5,000 instead. Dedicated wham. Yeah. Make. Yeah, okay, well, fair. Make. Make B. Just remake everything! To avoid bank overlaps. FTS H. Where do you see that? Finds the size of the work RAM. Get work RAM size. Ah. Work on page size. Aha. Yeah, I probably would need to override that, wouldn't I? So that's 9? Just 9, right? Because I'm only adding hex 1,000. Right? J4. Go faster. To change the 6,000 instead of adding a new mapping? Okay. Your pipe's falling. Has purple stripes? I mean, sometimes. Red stripes. But if this like gets to the point where it can like start running the what's it? The Souseiki Fammy discs, like the green discs, I'd be surprised. Purpose for stealth. That's doing J43 with the 130 features installed. I don't have that many threads. I don't have that many. Some weird edge case exception. They have 44 cores. That's my guess. Is they've got 44 threads. Okay, oh my god. First one worked fine. And the second will shit itself because I don't know why. Not sure I care. That's fine. Probably. Okay. At that breakpoint again. And between 5,000 and DFFF. So. I want to do. No. Edit. I'm execute. Software threads, not CPU threads, right? Okay. Like that. Uh-oh. Hang on. I'm not getting that now. 8D? What the fuck is 8D? Is that what I'm actually supposed to be getting? Extract. Oh, the whole fucking thing. That's at 5,000. Oh, fuck, I don't know where that is. Well, we're going to put a breakpoint there and see what happens. All right, because that's weird fucking data in there. All right. F11. Oh, my God. Holy shit. That actually worked, kind of. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's talk about multi-thread program, right? Okay. Load that, compare it to 49, branch not equal. Change it over to here. Load that. Store. 4023. Okay. The fuck is that? No, not that. I wanted this one. This? No. What was the... This one. 4C00. What the fuck is... That's... FDS system stuff. Got it. Yeah, okay, so that should be fine. Whatever. Because that's... Yeah, FDS stuff. It's fine. There's over here. There's over here. Ew. Load Y. Increment. Decrement Y. It's not equal. Label 2C5F. 5F. And currencies, though, then maybe even better. Vanilla ideas. Okay. Y is 1. Okay, so that's fine. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's unidentified. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, me those data? Oh shit. Oh god. Oh. Oh, we're already not equal. Mode Y5. Oh my god. Edit label. Size 2. Label. CV. 7C 889. No, that's not in here anywhere. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it there anyway for now. Increment that one. Oh, Jesus! God damn. Okay. Woo! 2C 8B loop. Oh my god, what? Who the fuck? I'll answer that. Could you tell Messon to disassemble unidentified blocks? Sure. Well, there's that 4C. Doesn't jump too much. Well, that jumping was because it was modifying code that it was jumping to. So this stuff right here, like that's code and data. Mark, I can't even mark it as something. What? I can't even mark it as I haven't seen that before. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe because this work RAM, it doesn't let me mark it as anything. Okay, these 5,000 to D. What the fuck? Wait a minute. What the hell is this now? Hang on. Showing different boxes. Disassemble. Yeah. Invite show. Disassemble. That. Jeez. And this is the, that. Okay, yeah. That's a voicemail. Alright, chances it doesn't switch back to the data view. Yeah, I'm gonna see how far it gets first, and then we'll dig into it maybe in a little bit. The specifics of it. Yeah, because this stuff here, these are register rights to something. That are unimplemented. So, if we were loading up one of the other discs, one of the green ones, we'd probably get to the screen, the menu or whatever, right? But because we're not doing that, we won't. I don't think get to that menu because it'll try to jump to the ROM code at some point, right? But that's gonna be after. Like 0, load A. Was that was modified, wasn't it? 51 to D9. Okay, this copies. Oh God. 51. I don't. Guys, this is so. So we've already copied something there, and we're copying something back now. But I'm not sure what was there in the first place. Because it was copying data that wasn't written from the disk? Just modified both of these. Branch not equal. Okay, so we're gonna. Cause that's just another copy routine. You know, we're gonna go here and then just. This is gonna try to copy on top of the work ROM. So setting that to 0 then masks off the No, it can't. No, wait, hang on. Okay, decrement that. Branch not equal up here. Wait. F10. Load that, store that there, load that. 84. Okay, so 84 is written just before Okay. We're doing the DF now. Okay, so we're not at the end of it yet. Maybe we actually don't hit the end of it. Oh, who's that? Hypnotic, how you doing? Welcome. Hello, hello. With X is at 4, 5. Okay, so this copy is the entire page. So we're gonna break there. Okay. Doing fantastic. That's good. That's good to hear. Sammy, how you doing? Welcome. Hello, hello. Good day. Yeah, so we're reverse engineering some weird Famicom disk system hardware. And in order to do this, I had to patch Messin. But it ain't gonna work all the way because I haven't patched in any register support for this weird ass hardware yet. So I don't know. All right, clear. Yeah. Decrement that. All right, so we still have hex 20 banks left, which is way into the BIOS. Mode X. Store an E1000. Okay, these writes won't fucking work. So that's where this starts to fail, I think. Right, so it's supposed to write A6 to E1000. View in memory. It's currently 0. It tries to, but cannot. Okay. So that's gonna fall flat there. All right. Just for shits and giggles, let's see if this works. Without any... Okay. Without any further modification, I can get to this menu. Eject the disk. Select scroll. Okay. Sure. A. Start? What the fuck? What button is start? What the shit? Set new disk card. I can't actually select another disk. God. Am I gonna have to, like, finish? Am I gonna have to get my emulator into a playable state? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. But the fact that that little modification works, all I needed to do was change the memory available to get here. That's good news anyway, right? Welcome to We Didn't Expect Discs to be Swapped Arbitrarily. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Set new disc. What? Okay, the BB RAM. What the hell does this do again? What does this one do? What is this one supposed to do? Do we know? I don't know. BB RAM dumps cart SRAM to disk. Wasn't that the other one? Oh, save RAM. Okay. Right. Backs up battery RAM. I don't have anything with battery RAM though, do I? I don't think I have any games with battery RAM. That's unfortunate. Good day, tricky lady. Hello, how you doing? This is for Family Basic, isn't it? Maybe. Let's add showing BB RAM with wizardry. I mean, if it's for the Family Basic, I mean, that means that's just like save data, right? That's still just save data. So I'd assume, I don't know if that's correct or not, but I'd assume that Family Basic stuff and standard save RAM overlaps memory a little bit. Better vector RAM? Yeah. Didn't all cartridges have that since FE RAM was expensive and don't all cartridges have that? No, all cartridges don't have that because a lot of games don't have any kind of save at all. So they didn't put in hardware to save a game that you couldn't save. Like this doesn't have that, right? Let's go to if I can spell it correctly, that would help. Oh, okay, there it is. Whew. Donkey Kong 3. And as you can see, there's no battery on this. No battery. There's some blobs. Games that can save, of course. No more work, but there's a separate Family disk which can generate disk basic, which we don't have yet. Powerless, yeah. Maybe I'll appreciate that. Oh yeah, so for those that came in with the raid, by the way, I realized I didn't explain what I was doing. So I am, like I said, I'm reverse engineering. Did I close it? I think I did again. This bit of hardware. There's a lot going on here. So I got the Famicom right here. I have the Famicom disk system drive down here. Famicom disk system RAM adapter up top. These two go together, right? This is normally plugged into the Famicom directly, but I've got a hunk of metal in the way that it's plugged into instead. And I also have a random cartridge, Famicom cartridge plugged into the top there. This is the Souseiki Fammy. Essentially, it allows you to take certain ROMs and put them onto a disc. I have done that with Donkey Kong 3, and I put it on this disc right here. Right here. So the code I was walking through earlier, not this one specifically, but this code here, is some of the bootstrapping code on this disc. What happens if you swap the FTS disk floppy drive with a regular PC floppy drive and put in a 1.44 meg disk? The on disk formats are completely different. They're completely different. Like physically different. So your standard PC floppy disks have tracks. These disks don't. It's a single spiral of data to the center of the disk. Yeah, fundamentally incompatible. Yep. There's one guy on YouTube managed to do that. Really? That's funny. It's easier to just use a disk emulator right here. So this plugs into, well, not that, but this will plug into the RAM adapter, that end of it right there. So this pretends to be the disk system, so you can play stuff on hardware. And if you use this, use a wire, you can. This is how you dump disks. How you dump the ROMs. Yeah. You can just write a new format. I mean, not really. Yeah, because the drive itself like reads the disk in hardware. Yeah. No. Or via ROM or what have you, you know? So I'll try to write it. Yeah. It is known. It is known. Yeah. But yeah, so the bootstrap code for this thing, the Souseiki Fammy, is disgusting. There's so much modified code, self-modifying code. So much of it. Like these labels here, the CV, whatever, those are values that are modified inside of loops. That are used inside of loops, like code loops. And I don't mean like a variable or whatever. I mean yeah. We're inside a loop and we're modifying like the value that's being loaded. And up here, the label syntax is a little different. Up here, it's modifying 5.8 and 5.0. It's rewriting those values, like in right here. It's so fucking jank. I hate it. I hate it. Now, what are these? Famicom disk system via 3.5 floppy disk drive. Oh boy. And the other one with menu. Oh, I got a menu on it even. Let's mute that real quick. Bring it over here. Let's have a look at this monstrosity that he's doing. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Alright. What the hell is this in the background? What's going on there? Is it just like a disk emulator that's plugged into a floppy drive, essentially? Is that what that is? Where it does like translation between the floppy and the actual data format. I was thinking that since floppy drives didn't actually control the format of the disks, but the software that uses the drive does, you could use cheap PC floppies instead of unobtainium quick disk ones. It probably is like that. They just haven't published any info on it. To be fair, modifying the source destination addresses like that is, I believe, the fastest way to do a long copy loop like that. Doesn't make it any nicer to rewrite a reader to code though. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It makes sense. Like that is like how you would want to do that, right? That's not it's absolute at X, right? Which is like the faster of the indexing, right? You want to with using a pointer here. First off, you have to use a fucking pointer in 0 page somewhere, right? But it's like an extra cycle per instruction, right? No, not that. This one, and then over here. Absolute X is 3 bytes, 4 cycles, 4 or 5 cycles. And then indirect at Y is 5 or 6 cycles. Indirect at X is just straight up 6 cycles. So yeah, it's a cycle shorter per loop, and you're doing a large block, so that cycle adds up fast, right? So one iteration of that loop is 256 cycles, right? And you're doing that 64 times or something like that. So yeah, that adds up fucking fast, right? So let's see, 256 times 20. Yeah. 8,000 cycles. Oh yeah, I do have a fairly aggressive red light filter. The blue light filter, excuse me. Yeah, I can turn it on. Yeah. Now, I'll turn it off in like games and shit, but for non-game stuff, I'll crank that like pretty hard. That's why my screen will usually look orange. No. Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, for stream, it doesn't necessarily make all that much sense. Because, I mean, I have a massive box light right here. Can you even see this? No. I've got a box light right here. I've got another one over there, and I've got an LED panel up there. So, like, I've got all kinds of light shining in my face. So, like, during stream, I don't really need the filter on. But after, like, off stream, I use that pretty heavily. Can rely on it in some places, some instances. But yeah. But yeah, so that's what I'm working on tonight. And the next step, I would think, is to figure out what writing those fucking addresses means, right? SF for SF something. This guy here. What that register fucking means. That's not what I wanted. All right. So these are different values written to it. Load A. That's that 4C. Disable the IO. No. And that's some PPU copy shit? What the fuck? You know what the high bit does? Not the other ones yet, I think. So the high bit... I mean, yeah, so that high bit would be, hey, remap the E1000 to whatever. Right? Because it writes that right before copying stuff that would overwrite. High bit controls the LED? What the fuck? What? Okay. Oh, so would this 4 on the lower? Would that be the map? Remapping something? I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I would need to get more work done on my emulator. Next. I feel like that was the next step. Next step is more fleshed out on my emulator, but I don't have a fucking PPU implemented there, so I can't see anything. I have wanted to try my hand at implementing the PPU, by the way, and get the thing actually cycle accurate. It should take some effort, but I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the Messen code base to add in a register, essentially, that remaps shit. I do think at least one of them has to be what triggers remapping the BIOS ROM range to RAM. Yeah, so this one like has to be that, because that's written immediately before that copy loop. What the hell? I thought it was. Jesus. Oh, because I saw that in here somewhere. The combination of bits. There's a good chunk of logic on the board after all. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably 1 bit. They could be banked out separately, though. I don't know. Because we are copying from one address range to another. Right? So it has to map them individually. To some extent. Right? And I would kind of assume that there's got to be some kind of mirroring going on. You know? I suppose I could. Well, I need to put the thing together again. I was gonna say break out the ROM dumper again and like start writing these values, see what I can read off of. So like basically have it all hooked up and then write zeros, read the disk system ROM, BIOS, read 804 or write 804 and try to do the same thing again. See what happens, right? See if I can get the BIOS out of it again. But before that, I'd have to put the thing back together. I don't want to do that right now. No. No. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'll wrap up for tonight though. I think I'll wrap up for tonight. I got a good chunk done. I got more done than I thought I was gonna get done. I'll be honest. I didn't think I was gonna get this much done. Yeah, got a lot done. Yeah, so I should be back coming weekend. I'm sorry. I always feel bad, but like, I don't know. I can't stream forever, you know. Fammy does have 8K RAM, which matches the size of E0 to FFF range. Now, yeah, so it's doing some shenanigans of like using the RAM that's already in the RAM adapter and then moving where its RAM is, right? If it's mirrored from one place to another, or what have you, if it's mirrored or if it's just in one spot rather than another. Yeah. Price of mirroring. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like just permanently at 5,000 and then the high E1000 is something that can be switched on and off. Hey, what the fuck? Appreciate that. I would need to go through this a bit though. I need to actually like start mapping out the logic for this stuff. But I don't know KiCad well enough to really do that right now. I do want to learn how to do that in KiCad. But yeah. Oh yeah, TTL. So okay, so this is the board, by the way. This is the board of the hardware that I'm reverse engineering essentially. So yeah, we've got the ROM adapter up front, right? Whoa, that's okay. That's not what I want. This one. We've got the ROM cartridge up front, right? Let's change this to 10 for me. There it goes. There you go. ROM cartridge up front. Then this is the connects to the Famicom. As you can see, it says Famicom, right? Famicom. And then the RAM adapter plugs into this guy right here, right? The disk system RAM adapter. And there's also a 40-pin adapter at the back that is like a bunch of address and data lines and some other shit, I think. Yes, so the pinnings of these connectors are well known because those are standard Famicom pinouts. So reference, and then pinouts, cartridge. So that's this right here. All three of those connectors are this, right? They have to be, because that's what the cartridge plugs into. That's what the adapter, the RAM adapter plugs into, and that's what plugs into the Famicom. So it has to be those. Everything else, though, is kind of like fair game, right? Like that. This thing up here is just who the fuck knows. I don't think anything was ever made for that. But yeah, so this is a memory chip here. Up here is a memory chip, and then a fuckload of TTL logic and some demuxers and inverters and shit. Yeah, they're all 7400 series, all of them. 74-139, 74-32, 74-08, another 139, another 02, not another, but 74-02. Let me, whoop. 74 CO4, 139. How many 139s are there? There's a few of them. A 153, 74-02, 86, 27. None? Okay, well, I'm not an electronics person. They're all 74 series logic. Yeah. And then, yeah, and then an 8K chip. And only 8K, only 8K. So it only needs the 8K because the RAM adapter provides the rest of it. This is basically just to overwrite the BIOS on the RAM adapter. HC is CMOS 5-volt TTL. MSI logic. Yeah, I am not a hardware guy. So the hardware is not my specialty, my speciality. I can, tone out traces though and figure out where they go. I can do that much. I can follow traces and shine a flashlight on the board to figure out where all the shit goes. That's what I was doing last week, I think, with yes. Right, shine a light under so I can actually see the traces if it went underneath the chip or not. Because most of these have traces under the chip, right? Like the memory chip has got them all over the goddamn place. And oh yeah, every chip has traces underneath it, because of course they do. And some of them aren't exactly readable from the top. Like you'd think that one right there just goes down to the bottom here, but that one goes down to the bottom, but it doesn't. All right. So yeah. LS series is NMOS, also 5 volt, and I work with 3 volt like the CMOS variant would. Oh. But yeah, so that's this thing. And there's a capacitor here too. That weird ass fucking thing. I did also a few better pictures of that. Well, kind of better. There's this one and this one. But yeah. Anyway. I'm gonna wrap up. I'll be back on Friday, I guess. Probably do more of this. I don't know any specifics of it, but fine. Doesn't look complicated. Just have to figure out the combination. Yeah, the connect. That's what it boils down to. Is I need to figure out the connections, and I don't really know how to use KiCad, which is made for this kind of. Stop trying to call me. Fuck. I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, so I don't really know how to use KiCad. I don't want to make you guys suffer through me trying to figure that out on stream. Magic for addressing? Yeah, almost certainly. Yeah. So there's going to be some logic in here for the what's it? The register, the 4C00. And that's going to control how different things are mapped. Well, yeah, so I know what the chips are, but they're like AND gates, OR gates, NOR gates. And they're all wired together differently, and depending on how they're wired together, it'll do different things, right? So now I need to go and actually figure out, like, you know, what is this pin? What is that the input for something? Is that the output for something? I don't know, right? I gotta go and do all that. Yeah, a lot of legwork. I think someone else has also helped me out with this. What's the say doing? Yeah, but yeah, we're working on that. Yeah, we should have enough information about the connections. Edifhouse knows how to use SkyCAD. I don't. Oh really? Ooh. I won't hold that to you. By the way, that's fine. Yeah, but progress is being made, and this is something that, you know, we're just figuring out or finding out information for this. So, yeah, bleeding edge research, basically, you know. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go raid somebody real quick. So don't go near quite yet. Not quite yet. All right, whomst is live? Who? Come on, someone doing something software. Come on. Showing just detailed photos of it because fuck designers. Bleeding edge research into 30-year-old tech, 40-year-old tech. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I mean, it's the same thing with this here, right? And no. Yeah. Let's see. Anyone doing something interested? Oh, I might actually want to see if I can get some Enron boards just to fuck with, and like, you know, fuck around with this with. But I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to get that stuff in time. Let's go over here. So we haven't visited this guy in a little while. But yeah, come with me to say hi. I would really appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here as always. I should be back next weekend, next Friday and Sunday, doing either this or something very similar. Not entirely sure yet. We'll see how I feel on Friday. Updates on Discord if I delay stream again like I did today. Delayed it for an hour. But yeah, you guys have a good night, and I will see you. Where's the button? Next time. Bye-bye.